Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. Beyond the Forgotten Realms and perhaps not far from Exandria, Atlaran and her two-moon sky have seen leviathans, dissolutions, divine gates, and calamities. And that's only the last 5,000 years. These have all played parts in the world's fate, but it's the people that truly shape the future. And, every so often, little windows of time, short glimpses into exceptional people's lives, are plucked from the midst of the chaotic centuries, and we call them stories. They're not always epics of heroism and bravery, quite the contrary. Every hero was once a bumbling fool, or a selfish mercenary looking to make a platinum, or, in most cases, both. But on a far smaller scale, perhaps it is time we look at the 300 years since our last story. Much of the world of Atlaran has entered an industrial age of machines, magics, gunpowder, and most volatile of all, the printing press. Factions and nations fight for political supremacy as much with blade and bow as paper and ink. But the machinations of nobles don't mean much to our crew. In this particular window in time, it is the year 501, and despite the advancements of the world, the Antarctic continent of Frosthold is still a little behind. A trio of wanderers have unknowingly taken up a mercenary contract together, intertwining their separate threads. Each seek a form of salvation in their own way. One must undo a mistake, one must find their strength, and one must find their true place. Scrappy misfits all. This is their story, pitted against a world of danger and rushing further into the unknown every waking moment.
I need no weapon, for I am the weapon. I need no armor, for my family is my armor. When I fall, I rise to guard eternal. This was the Nothar creed that Foostrak Broadhorn was raised by. A Minotaur barbarian with a love of battle and honor, the son of Chief Taiylor is fiercely protective of those he cares about. Foostrak is traveling the world to learn new fighting styles and techniques, and hoping to bring them back home to Garrett Eldathos. While not exactly smart, Foostrak makes up for it in brute strength and tenacity on the battlefield. The maul on his back comes in handy, but Foostrak prefers unarmed combat to even the playing field. Despite his gruff exterior, Foostrak can be quite patient, kind, and gentle, but guards the secrets of his past tightly, though it may soon catch up with him.
If you're ever in search of polite company and good conversation, perhaps Magda Wrenly won't be your first choice. If you have a problem that needs taking care of by whatever means necessary, however, you won't find a better mercenary for the job. Hailing from the beyonding woods of Amnoblin, Magda has traveled the world under the employment of the Atlaran Mercenary Company. She's a human blood hunter who acquires her abilities from special concoctions taught to her by the Guild of the Gate. While she has served the AMC for many years, anyone who comes across her may get the distinct impression she has no interest in niceties and kissing ass to rise through the ranks. Even so, Magda knows that in order to achieve her goals, she needs the AMC and the Guild. If she'll ever be able to stop looking over her shoulder and finally start looking forward, she needs to play the game. But she'll be damned if she lets herself trust anyone again.
Oh, hey there, guy. My name is Noah Nicholas Nesbitt Borago, which, is probably too many names, but Ma and Dad couldn't pick one they liked best, and even after all that effort to choose one they liked, they ended up calling me Nick, wouldn't you know? Even my babysitters growing up, old Alma and Candy, called me all sorts of things because Christ, they had a lot to choose from, didn't they? Half the time I don't even know who anyone is talking to, but I answer anyway because I just like to be helpful. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, you can just call me Noah. I grew up in a sweet little suburb of Port Midcord called Reese's Ridge, and I tell you what, I wouldn't have it any other way. My parents have a successful little potion shop that I helped out with as a kid. My dad was doing crazy experiments with the potions while Ma was tinkering away on whatever she could find. I remember some of the other kids while I was growing up, they would come to our neighborhood barbecues and bring their toys over to show off. Why, this one time I accidentally melted poor Patty's new doll, and boy did I feel silly. After that, you can sure bet I got a good lesson in potion safety. Well, once I got older, I traveled around with the Phelan caravan since, they were good friends of the folks, and I learned a lot more on my travels. Now, after traveling so much, I've helped the folks expand the business and, created a few more things that we can stock in our stores. I came to Frosthold in search of some rare ingredients and to make some new, potion things with. And I'll be darned all the heck if I'm not gonna come up with something cool to show Mom and Dad next time I come home.
Vagrant, entertainer, gun for hire. Christmas Fortunemær has been known as many things and gone by various names, whatever suits him best at the time, to get to the next day, to the next job, to the next handful of coin. Christmas does not go out of his way to show cruelty nor kindness, and grants neither favor nor misfortune. He acts solely for his own interests, and only helps or harms others to further those interests. Though born far in the north under more privileged circumstances, an encounter with the chaotic magic of the Feywild set Christmas' path in a drastically different direction, a direction that changed him, both inward and outwardly. But with change comes freedom, and with freedom comes danger. Survival from one day to the next is both exhilarating and grueling, but Christmas has mastered surviving. Whether by the stage or a passing stranger's pocket, making it to the next day is his specialty.
Alright, fuckers, we're live.
Alright. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. My name is Taiylor Wallace. I'll be your Dungeon Master this evening, and joining me I have Astrid tonight.
What up, Beatles?
Blake Wolfe. I am Zack Gale.
Hi, I don't know what in the world Ben just did.
That's a good wisdom. Did I tell you Hannah and I wanted to get matching tattoos of that?
Oh, you should.
Like, she wanted the
We're
one
sitting
on the
here
cloud and
for a half hour before we started. All right, fuckers, let's do this thing.
Did Koop get introduced?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you were all fucking
Gale,
talking
right?
over it and making dying duck noises.
No, we were making the dog listing noises.
This stream uses geese only.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Like that guy?
I fully appreciate that you just T-Rexed whatever you just ate. You just tip back and you're like, "Wah, got it." Love it. That was beautiful.
Do you guys remember that moment about 15 minutes ago when I was like, get all your silly, goofy mood shit out of the way so that we can play D&D when we start?
Oh, we had to talk about fucking
Yeah.
Marvel.
Yeah, that is your fault, actually. We couldn't get our silly goofy mood out because you had to get your silly goofy mood out.
Mm-hmm.
So who's
We
the
just talk
real?
about-
Ooh.
Spider-Man.
Coop.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
Spooder mood.
Oh my god, shut up. Good lord. All right.
Yeah, that
So,
music is copyrighted. You can't sing it here.
Last
Is it copyrighted?
episode
Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
was Game 15, Family Found and Forged. Noah was talking to Christine about potentially taking in Hector once he's kicked off the Fifth Horseman in Locke's Landing, and she has agreed. The last episode was very talking heavy, so I'll just touch on what each of the conversations were. Foostrak talked with Christmas, gave him a ring of protection. At dinner, you guys met Brovik Jack Kirstensen, who's apparently Alistair's boyfriend. And Christmas knew him. After dinner, Christine had a little talk with Magda about her issues with Hector and offered to be her stand-in mom. Foostrak and Alistair had a good conversation about sort of Foostrak's goals and what he's trying to learn. He recommended a few people to potentially help you. Pillai Singati of Nothies, Delios Kyrie of Uruz, and somebody closer, an Asgir Corinson and his wife Asha of Nothies, who are two blacksmiths in Old Manas. Following morning, Lorcan woke up a ton of you screaming because his ears were starting to regrow thanks to a ring from Jasper. Magda got a chance to talk to Alistair about contacting Darius-san. Neviosa. I realize what
Oh my god,
like
I almost fucking did it.
Yeah.
It's Darius-san.
Not
Darius-san.
Darius-san. For info about Walter's time at Mathine, Alistair also recommended she try reaching out to Pelai Singati of Nothies or Droval Easterland of Issa. Droval and Pelai may be useful to you in figuring out who cursed you, now that you have connections with Master Arcanists. Christmas had a good conversation with Sala and their current sort of thoughts and worries, and he decided to try starting fresh rather than just sort of throwing everything out the window. And agreed that you wanted to get on the good side of the members of the crew who still seem to like you. You headed out to Sundrake's for Noah to pay off the rest of his shields, which I have named the Gorgon Shield. It'll be ready on Turin 3rd.
Yeah.
Then you headed off to the Corinson
The Garbanzo beat.
You headed off to the Corinson Smithy, where Magda handed over her Kusari Gama. Lorcan helped you pay for the upgrade that you couldn't afford. And you had just gotten your dad's letter, so you were a little unwilling to accept kindness at the moment. Foostrak spoke to Asgir's wife, Asha, and after drilling you a little bit about your motives, she agreed to take you out back and beat you, and see if she could teach you something.
Oh, I did also send a message to Rayoru.
Yes.
That I messaged you to the on the side.
Yep, I saw it.
Okay.
I have that in the back of my brain.
Lion King, that's what it is.
What?
When you said take him out back and beat him.
Oh.
I was
Yes.
like, where's that from?
I know, you can tell it used to be my favorite movie as a kid.
Such a good
One
movie.
of, next to Mary Poppins.
Step
So
in
Asha
time.
and Foostrak are headed into the courtyard behind the building. Lorcan took a moment to tell Magda that she didn't owe him anything. And she invited him to go with her to a tavern and drink your sadness away. The rest of you have followed Foostrak to go see him get his butt kicked.
Question.
Yes.
Is it possible for Magda to drink her sadness away and still live?
No.
Okay.
She's
As
just
long
sitting
as-
at the bar and it's just
Yeah.
like, hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah.
As long as
time.
her soul exists, she will be sad.
Or it's the
Aw.
piano man. You're like, play us the song, you're the piano man, like the whole time.
Yeah.
And this is why in our group chat, Ash is edge bitch.
Yes.
Mhm.
Is my name still that?
No, it's
It
Pirate
should be,
Assassin. now.
it should be sad
Is it?
bitch.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Pirate Assassin.
It's pirate assassin.
Pirate Assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
But anyway. So you guys, let's jump to. Let me arrange the arena for you. I'm gonna reuse the one that we used in Yara.
Also, this is your fault, Harris. I saw you eating chips and I had to go get some. They're delicious.
Yeah. Fuck you, there.
Even though they're only tortilla chips, they are wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with tortilla chips.
No, it's true. And they're the little circular dudes.
Oh yeah.
So they're bite-sized, you know.
Oh yeah.
A little circular dudes.
No. Oh my god, what was
How's
it?
it going,
dude? One of my friends I've been hanging out with a lot.
Stay away
We've been
from me.
we've been perfecting our Miss Piggy voices. And you know, I'm very excited for like when Noah finally dies and I'm just going to play Miss Piggy.
Yes.
It's just
Matt-
Miss Piggy. I'm not even going to pretend it's not Miss Piggy.
Madam Bovine.
Yes. Bovine?
Yep. Yeah, bovine.
Yeah.
Or no, that's
Por-
that's
porcine.
Be a
cows.
furbulk. Be a
Porcine.
furbulk. It'd be great.
Or sign.
Porcine. Yeah.
Poor.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's almost 9 o'clock. This is when my brain
On the
starts
dot,
working.
I'm
Stops
in
working.
my drop top.
I don't know what you're talking about. It is currently 11:20 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, we're
That's right.
pre-recording shit.
Oh yeah, who's got Vivaldi's Spring to play in the background?
Can we actually stop singing copyrighted music?
Vivaldi's
Vivaldi's
not
Spring is not
copyrighted.
Vivaldi's
that
been
is-
dead for 700 years.
Yeah, Jesus
Also,
Christ.
I will have you know that as long as you use less than 8 seconds of a copyrighted song, you are fine.
That too.
Hey,
That's
it's bad.
not always true.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not test that.
My favorite joke about that was Game Grumps. They did like a joke of like, hey, editor at the time, can you play enough music of Eye of the Tiger so we won't get sued? And it's just burp. It was
God.
so good.
Oh shit! God damn it! Son of a bitch. Sorry.
It's been the
Sorry.
final countdown.
If you want a really good, also a very good joke about using copyrighted music is the new episode of Game Changer that came out on Dropout by College Humor and hashtag not a sponsor.
I wish.
No, their
Goddamn.
new episode of Game Changer was absolutely wonderful.
I'm upset with so hey, Dropout, and if you do decide to sponsor us, we still love you. But I hate that you can't get it on the television because I would really like to watch some stuff on the television.
You can get it on a
They
smart
don't-
TV.
They don't have well, my TV ain't that smart.
That's true.
You need a Roku.
You can't get it on. You can't get it on like the PlayStation Store. Is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
need
No,
an
I know.
app.
Need the app.
Zip.
Also, Shudder needs an app for the PlayStation as well. Yeah,
I care less about that.
Is that
that's because
horror?
it's scary stuff.
Yeah,
Horror.
horror, not horror.
Horror.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
Ah.
Can y'all see the arena?
Can you
Yeah.
all hear me?
yeah.
Okay.
Good.
How you doing?
So
Oh, you know what? That's what it was. Sorry, you just reminded me. The reason Miss Piggy came up is because we watched Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets and we replaced Gilderoy Lockhart with Miss Piggy.
Oh my god.
It was fucking perfect. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That is perfect.
Foostrak. So as you head around back, there is a courtyard in between all of the
There.
buildings on this block. What?
Would you say he had to go around the outside to get there?
Around the outside.
Were there
Around the
trailer
outside.
park girls?
Shut.
Were they too?
You head out back, and you see specifically fenced in behind the blacksmith. There are a few sheds and like training dummies and whatnot, and then there is a slightly lowered pit, like maybe 3 feet into the ground, that's surrounded by some pretty nice stonework with metal inlay. And as you get out there, Asha, this big, burly, geary blacksmith woman, catches up after she comes out with her own armor and battle gear that she uses since she's a fighter. She is a pure rune knight. And she steps up to the pit and jumps down into it. And turns and looks back to you, sort of. Are you coming, big boy?
I assume that she has a weapon on her.
She has a maul.
Okay.
But you do also see that on her hip and on her back, she has an axe and a shield.
Okay.
She's ready.
Yeah, well, I have my axe on my back.
Pack it.
And then I guess I will just have my maul out and I will hop in.
Okay. Yeah, you jump down into this pit, which is pretty well packed, like hard dirt. A few loose stones here and there. And she steps to the opposite side from you, sort of rolling her shoulders and like stretching out her arms. You see this maul that she has is not... It's not dissimilar from yours. It's a similar construction where it's like fully metal maul. But hers has a spike on one side of it. And then the weighted sort of counter end has like this cube of steel on it that is scrawled with super tiny runes, just ringing it and spiraling around it. The head of the maul itself is actually hollow, like the center of it. And you see inside of it, it almost looks like crystal or glass inside of it, that there's something flickering and like little bits of electricity jumping between these two metal rods inside of it.
It's roast beef tonight.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna pull out my dulcimer that looks a lot like this one here, and I'm gonna just start
a real dulcimer.
I'm gonna start tuning it, and then once it's tuned, it looks like they're about to like. I was gonna say get it on. That's probably not what they're doing.
Get it on.
Let's get it on.
She's comparable to Nora.
Once they get going, I'm gonna provide some background music for the battle.
Noah's gonna sing.
Oh God. Well,
What does that sound like, Noah?
I have no fucking clue.
I will also
see him playing that fucking dulcimer. No.
Yeah, I think you both should, like, Koop, you should play the dulcimer, and Ben, you should...
We're already so distracted. We have things to do today.
There is a practical reason why I'm doing this, though. I'm going to give you a bardic inspiration dice.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that's what you were going for.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Asha takes up her spot across from you, this big maul hefted over one shoulder. Not quite as big as yours, but definitely not so much built for speed as it is other types of damage. Or not so much built for bludgeoning as it is other types of damage. And she looks across at you, she says, "So, are we taking heavy weapons, or do you want to be lighter on your feet? How do you perform best? What do you think will impress me?"
I mean, I usually tend to, by the way, speaking of impressive, that maul is just stellar looking. It's quite beautiful.
She sort of takes it in both of her hands and spins it slowly, giving you a really good look at all the runic stories in it. I know. She says, "Yes, it should be impressive. It's, one of the oldest heirlooms of my family." And then she taps the glass bit in the center. She says, "But this is mine."
I usually tend to either use the hammer or go barehanded.
So much tension. All right. And she furrows her brows at that. She says, "Would you rather do that then?"
I mean, I'm usually one for more. Y'all bunch of bitches.
Focus. Just stay focused. Just stay focused. So much innuendo.
I usually kind of strive to have an even playing field, so if you're planning on using that, I was planning on using mine, if that's okay.
The innuendos are not lost on Christmas, by the way, and he's losing his shit.
Noah has no idea.
In the meantime, Christmas, as you're standing up there, looking down into the pit, you see Asgeir step up to the edge, still in like his blacksmith's apron, just sort of chills there to watch this, and he like leans down to Christmas. He's like, he is so unbelievably fucked.
We'll see. He may surprise you.
she may surprise you. But Asha, she takes a couple steps out into the ring toward the center, and she gives you a little bow, and she says, "Why don't you start this off?"
I will step forward similarly, and I will return the bow to her. And then, I mean, she said start us off, so I guess I'm going to attack.
She's giving you initiative ahead of her.
So I just want you to know, Foostrak is aware that he is probably fucking boned right now. But he also recognizes that you can't train without getting your ass beat.
Yeah.
Zack, on the other hand, is like, I'm not looking forward to getting the ever-living shit beat out of me.
So, it's your turn.
All right. So, swinging it. Ooh, for my bonus action, I will rage.
Yes, you do.
And so I will make sure to check off a use of that. And I will...
Miss Piggy's a barbarian, P.S.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
And Kermit is a bard.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
1,000% a bard.
Yeah.
That is a 16 to hit.
16 to hit does not hit Asha. So,
I figured.
You reel back with your maul, just taking this first hit, but it's kind of expected that she's going to see it coming. So as you swing out toward it, she just swings her hammer across and deflects it.
I only have one action. Or one attack. So.
Just to give you a heads up, that bardic inspiration dice is a D8.
Oh, good
just
to
so
know.
you know.
Okay.
And it's one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, or spell damage, or healing from a spell.
All right. So yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
It's on.
Let me grab her sheet here because she's got a lot of fun stuff.
Does 28 hit?
She, as she, you would have had to actually step forward to hit her, but as she wields this maul in front of her, you see her just under all this armor just flex. Like you see her entire body just start to grow as she doubles in size, as you see a load of runes on the side of her neck etched into her skin start to pulse and glow. She is going to use Giant's Might to become a size large creature.
Y'all, this is way more concerning when you're on the other end of it.
Can I roll into initiative?
Oh, yeah.
You can.
Okay.
I also might want to.
So actually, Foostrak, roll some initiative for me. That way we can actually have a list, but we'll just keep going back and forth.
Oh, that's cock.
Cock! Oh, balls. Oh, we got both of them now.
16.
Okay. What's Noah got?
18.
Oh, okay.
And I have an 8.
Oh.
Alright.
I am doing this solely to fuck with Foostrak.
Magda needs to roll initiative for how many drinks she downs.
Yeah.
Alright. So yeah, she bonus action Giant Might. And she is going.
She gonna die.
She's gonna swing her hammer.
Now she's Ember.
What?
She gonna swing her hammer. Or however his accent went that I can't fucking remember anymore.
Blanche.
Give me back my fucking bird.
With her maul, that's +8, so 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
She is also going to throw in... No, that's a special thing that's already active. Never mind. Alright. Sorry, I'm learning how to play her. I have a whole fucking thing.
Okay.
Just gonna use the digital roller. This will be easier. That's gonna be 13 damage for you.
Halved and rounded up.
Always round down.
Okay, so 6 damage.
Okay. She's gonna take her extra attack because she's a higher level fighter.
Yep.
Food scoop boogie.
That's gonna be another 22.
Yeah, that hits.
That's already halved. That is 10 damage. But she is also going to throw in her fire rune because she wants to show you what you're going to learn.
So I need to make a strength check.
You need to make a strength saving throw.
Okay, which I have advantage on because I'm raging.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
There's unnatural 20.
Okay, you do succeed, but you do take 6 fire damage, which is not halved.
Oh, yeah, that does not get halved. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the fire rune done. It is your turn.
Does it get halved, though, because you have fire resistance because of your tattoo?
Oh, yes, it
Yeah.
does. Okay, only 3.
3.
Look at that. See, that's fun because she has cold resistance as a Geary and you have fire resistance. That's fun.
So 18, I go first.
No,
Oh, yeah.
You rolled into initiative. We're going to stay in the original order. So next it's Foostrak. You're actually at the top.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, was hers
it's
higher
you-
than his?
It's you, Asha, Foostrak, Christmas.
I didn't realize. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
We'll come around.
Let's see here. Every now and then I gotta never.
Every now and then I get a little Havana. No.
So I am going to swing with my maul again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, I found a banana. No.
That is going to be a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, and you motherfucker. It rolled over to the 1. 9, 11 damage.
Okay. She's still above 100 hit points.
And then I am going to try and use hammering horns as my bonus action, which will be me attempting to shove her.
Okay.
She has to succeed on a strength saving throw, DC 16.
DC 16?
Yeah, I'm figuring that'll be easy for her, but...
Well, she does have a... on a saving throw, she has a +8, so... That'll be a 13, but she's going to use Indomitable to succeed.
Reroll. Oh, okay.
Reroll. Reroll.
Yeah.
That's a natural 16.
Okay. So yeah, I basically just attempt to shove her with my horns and it doesn't work.
You hit a wall.
Yeah. Afterwards, I basically just kind of look up at her and I'm just like, all right.
Yeah. Especially now that she's large, like you like ram her in the stomach and she doesn't move and you look up and she's just like...
Now, question.
Yeah.
Now,
Daily
she
double.
was probably about 11 feet tall prior to the giant's might.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Geary are size large creatures. So no, she should be huge now.
Oh,
you go.
So I could not hammering horns her then, because she can only be one size larger than me for it.
Okay, you can take that back then. I'll take back
Okay.
Indomitable.
I mean, I don't really have any other bonus action that I could use except for second wind, and I'm not going to worry about it.
I
Okay.
also don't think that you can be giant. So this'll break hearts in both directions. So if you are already large and you use giant smite, you can't get bigger than large. You have to get to level 18 before you can
Hold
become
on.
giant.
Yeah, before you get to be huge. That's the capstone for it.
Yeah. I know this
Giant
because
smite.
Harris had questions about Rune Knights right before we played. And I took the crash course.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was thinking about...
No, that's fine. She still has other benefits from it.
Okay, well, in that case, I still use my hammering horns. And
All
it just
right,
doesn't
so we'll
work.
go back through that and Indomitable. Yep.
Yeah,
Get
just whack her right in the stomach with a headbutt.
Get nothing.
You whack 'em.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
Oh my
And
Alright.
that's my turn.
Christmas.
god.
Yeah, you can do it. Good job. You're doing great.
This Christmas.
And
By the
I'm
way,
gonna-
Merry Christmas.
what time
Merry
did we
Christmas.
actually start?
we started.
It's probably in the 8:30 range.
Yeah.
No, what time
No.
did the intro play?
So it's 16 minutes roughly, which puts us at.
Is it 9
Math
o'clock?
is hard. So we've been playing for half an hour. So 8:45 is when we basically started playing. So 8:40 is when the intro basically started.
Okay.
So yeah, 8:40
Take your
we
turn.
consider start time.
All right. Take your turn.
Yeah, good job. You can do it. I believe in you. And I'm gonna cast minor illusion to make it look like there's like 3 enormous horse flies, just like flying around Foostrak's face.
Hey,
That's it.
what was that supposed to do?
Be a pain in his ass.
Okay.
They're not real.
Nah,
but
they're
he doesn't-
donkey flies.
He doesn't know that unless he knows that he needs to make an investigation check. So there's just giant horseflies flying around.
Okay. Noah.
Oh, it's looking a little unfair out there. So let's even the playing field, shall we?
Oh god.
Enlarge. I
Oh.
cast enlarge on Foostrak. Cast.
Big boot.
Now you big.
Big boy.
How tall is Foostrak normally?
6'8".
So you're now almost 14 feet, and she is about 20.
Jesus.
Okay.
Well, it's evened a little bit.
Yeah.
That's my turn.
Okay. That'll bring us back to Asha.
Oh shit, that's a
Who-
second spell.
As a bonus action. Hold on. She's going to activate her Storm Rune,
Yeah, there we go.
and she's going to give. I'm gonna see what happens first. She's gonna swing. Wait, no, I'm using the digital roller.
It's gonna rain.
Man, if she's using the storm rune, did she know that I was going to come in today?
Maybe.
She sees all.
That's gonna be a 23 to hit on the first.
Yeah, that
and
hits.
A 24 on the second.
Yeah, those hit.
Cool.
She is also going to activate the lightning jar inside the hammer.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So that's going to be 26 bludgeoning, half to 13 plus 10 lightning damage.
It's 23 damage overall.
Yes.
That thing would make a hell of a mosquito swatter.
Hell yeah.
So I am definitely bloodied. I'm at 20 out of 62 hit points.
She has a small bruise. That's going to be her, so it's your turn.
So before I take my turn, after she's just walloped me, I would probably say to her, I kind of feel wrong doing this training, considering that my friends are trying to help me. I don't necessarily, I don't want to get in the way of what you're trying to do. It kind of seems a little dishonorable not doing it on my own.
And she pauses for a second, sort of like rests the hammer, and says, well, do you usually fight alone?
I do not, but
Then it's fair.
if it's you and I training one-on-one...
No. A proper warrior uses all resources available. Though I would appreciate it if all of you would avoid damage. You can help him. Just
all right.
be prepared for when I do the same to all of you.
Foostrak just smiles and just goes back at it with the ball.
All right.
He's enjoying this.
Yeah, butt kicking.
So that is a 27 to hit.
That'll do it.
And so I'm going to need a lot of dice. So we have 12. So that is going to be 15 damage.
Gotcha. You get a good smash.
And I will try and do hammering horns again.
Okay. She's going to give
Sometimes
herself...
bigger.
She's going to use her Storm Rune, which is still active, to give herself advantage. That's a natural 19.
Yeah, she passes. He kind of shrugs a little bit when it doesn't work.
Yeah, well, you go in to smash her again, this time, picking up as you do, because you realize you have to, get under her center of gravity to really move her. But as you hit her and you're like, this is going to work, you, just out of the corner of your eye, you see a flash on her right arm as this, lightning-shaped Yara rune lights up. It's equal parts lightning bolt and Yara, and it lights up, and as you're starting to lift her up, she suddenly feels so much heavier and pushes you back down.
Ooh.
Oh, I tried.
All right. Christmas.
I'll turn to Sala and I'll just hold out the dulcimer and I'll just be like, I'm gonna get in on this. Do you play?
I mean, you taught me a couple things.
Cool.
4-5 years ago, and she takes it and she's like, oh god.
I'll do a little hop over the wall there to get in. And
okay.
What?
Oh, I just realized I could have action surged on my turn, but
I'll let
that's
you.
fine. No, I forgot about it. That's on me.
I mean, this is an interesting situation, so I'm pretty forgiving.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do once I am in there is... We have a long day ahead of us. I don't know how much of these I want to burn.
Make your
Admittedly,
decision.
we
We're on
do.
a schedule.
I'm aware.
And we do have enough time to be able to take another long rest today if we wanted to before midnight.
I'm going to...
We have just enough time while this is over, yeah.
His eyes will just flash brightly for a second. Same colors that they normally are. Just brash flightly. They'll flash brightly, excuse me. And I will cast Bane just on her. So that's a charisma saving throw.
Ooh.
DC 15.
$15.
Meets a beats.
And charisma and intelligence are her 2 worst stats. All right.
I tried. That's the
Yeah,
end of my
well,
turn.
it's worth a try. Noah, you watch Christmas jump into the ring.
I watch him jump into the ring. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you guys have a good time, eh? And I like take a donut out and I toss it to Christmas. Like, here you go.
Do I catch
Make
the
sure
donut?
you get the carbs. You need to carb up for battle.
I'm sure you can catch it.
I'll catch the donut.
But as we get to Asha's turn, she turns and smiles, just this grim smile down at Christmas. She's like, all right, you asked for it. And she comes walking up to you. And she, not using her hammer, she is gonna punch you.
Sweet.
Oh, shit.
That is a 15.
That just hits my armor class.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know what I'm gonna do though?
Hmm?
I'm going to use my reaction to use
Did she bane on that?
cutting words.
She
She
succeeded
saved on
against it.
Bane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I am going to use my reaction to use cutting words to be like, no thank you, and I will use one of my bardic inspiration dice to subtract from that. And it doesn't
Okay.
She rolled a 15, so minus anything that attack
All right.
uses.
Has she used her action surge yet?
No.
She sure
She's
has.
going to use her action surge, and she's going to punch you again.
Okay.
Wait.
This time with the
20
ball hand.
4.
Yeah, that definitely hits. He got a little cocky.
Yeah.
She just pimp slaps the ever living shit out of you.
Sure did.
Yeah, she's going to do that. And, you know what? She's going to use a special ability she has called Crusher. When she hits a creature with a bludgeoning attack, she can move it 5 feet, provided the target is no more than 1 size larger. So there is no save. She just shoves you. So she stepped up to you. She gives you just a deer kick into the wall.
How much damage
It's like
is it?
being thrown. No, Crusher is just a move thing. But you took 5 damage from the punch.
From the punch. Okay, got it.
She's not trained in martial arts, but she does have a pretty good strength score.
We'll be right back. since I'm
Okay.
just chilling.
All right. But yeah, so she used her turn on that. After Christmas just gets shunted into the wall, she turns back to Foostrak and just readies her hammer again, just real cocky. That'll bring us to Foostrak's turn.
All right. Second verse, same as the first. Gonna just
Clonk.
get her with the ball again.
Do it.
That is a natural 20.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
So we are going to 1. So that's ends up being 5. And then plus 8. That is 25 damage.
Not bad.
Damn, dude.
And then I will action surge
Woo!
because I don't like her hurting my friend.
She didn't hurt
Aw.
him that bad.
I did this voluntarily and might
Yeah.
be into it. That's all I'm gonna
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gonna go back to that
Um,
brothel later and find another Geary?
I'm going to use that my bardic inspiration now to try and make sure that I do hit because I'm not
Okay.
convinced that this will.
Mhm.
So that is 19.
That will hit.
Okay, it was 17 without the bardic inspiration.
That
I was
would've
like,
hit.
okay.
That
Oh,
would have
okay.
hit.
Well, I was
You
not
didn't know.
100%. 8, 15, 17 more damage.
All right. She is looking not too bad, but definitely like very winded, a little like, okay, all right.
And then I will try and use hammering horns again.
All right. That's 13.
That is not a save.
Okay, so what does that do?
It just shoves her back 10 feet.
So she only goes back 5 because she hits the wall.
Yep.
But yeah, as you shove her, she like leans into you to keep her balance, and once you like let go and like shove her back the extra few feet, she hits her back against the wall, and you see her kind of get this look on her face that's like, oh, this is good.
How'd she hit her back on the wall? She's 20 feet tall and the wall's 3 feet.
Or sorry, like, actually that would be a tripping hazard.
Yep.
Let me roll a thing for her.
Dexterity save.
That's a natural 1. So she's gonna fall, almost hit Sala, and Sala's gonna be like, Jesus! But yeah, she is prone.
Now, I haven't used any movement. And I feel like because this is a training exercise and she fell, the right thing to do would be to try and help her up.
Oh, God. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. So you step up to her and offer a hand. We'll see if she accepts on her turn. Christmas.
Yeah.
He's gonna say as the verbal component of this spell, as he sees Foostrak walk over in Sylvan, he's gonna say, "You dumb idiot," and I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery on Foostrak, and he needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Y'all are a bunch of assholes. When I say a bunch of assholes, I mean Christmas.
Oh no, that's a nat 1.
Ooh, buddy. So you take 4 points of psychic damage, and you have disadvantage on your next attack roll. That's it. That's my turn.
I gave you a ring of protection.
Noah, it's your turn.
I'm going to run into the ring real quick and smack Foostrak on the back and cast Guidance. And then I'm going to run back out of the ring.
Okay.
There you go. Have a good time, eh?
What does Guidance do specifically?
Thank you. I was just going to ask that.
Before the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one ability check of its choice. Yeah, so if he needs to make an ability check, he can add a d4. It lasts up to a minute. So until he uses it, I will not cast it again.
Okay. So speaking of, Foostrak, make a persuasion check with your guidance.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Come here, D4, you wretched fuck. So that comes out to an 18.
Okay. Ash, I love watching you mess with your hair. You're like, it's gonna be too thin if I shave both sides. No, it won't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always
I know your pain.
Yeah.
It's so fun, but also it's always in the way.
I know. Well, and now I'm also like, do I want to get like do I want to cut it really short because I have like all the sides shaved now? And I don't know what I want to do because I kind of like it long, but...
Well, now you can do Viking braids.
I know, but I also don't want to take the time to do my hair.
Well, make Hannah do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, with an 18 persuasion check, you have your hand extended. Asha lets her hammer go, and she reaches up and like grabs you by the forearm, and you pick her up. And at that moment, you see all of the runes glowing on her suddenly just go
no.
and shut off.
Oh.
And she rolls her shoulders back and sort of stretches one out that you hit really hard. And she's like, all right, I think that's plenty. Ow. Okay. Not bad.
That was quite enjoyable. You're very skilled.
Well, thank you. My mother taught me well. But I wanted to see both what you could do and also show you what I could teach you. And she looks over toward Noah. She points toward him and says, the thing your friend did there for you, I can teach you how to do that for yourself.
Oh. Wait, enlarge or guidance?
Enlarge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she reaches out a hand and sort of slaps you on the shoulder. She says, I think you're worth teaching. I'm not sure I quite approve of your strange friend's support methods, but it's clear when I hit your red-headed friend there, you had a reaction, and that was what I was looking for.
Yeah, I was, it's a training exercise, but still, he is my friend. So, you know how it is.
Yes. Well, how much time do you have?
I mean, I got until midnight.
All right. If you can spare, a couple hours, maybe I can get you acquainted with. And she shows you her arms, which are just covered in all of these runes. Some of them bigger and more decorated than others. She says, I can get you started on some of these. Tattoos won't work so well on somebody with fur, but we can maybe etch them into. And she points toward your bracers. She says, we could probably get them set into that. I have some leather working tools.
I mean, it's that or shave me, right?
No, thank you. I've shaved the bugbear before, and it was not enjoyable. But and she turns and looks at the rest of you and says, I'm going to steal him for a while and get him upgraded. The rest of you, and she glances around and sees that Magda is not there. She says, let your other friend know, the one with the pointy hat. Let her know I will have her Kusarigama ready tomorrow.
Oh,
Okay. We will let her know.
that's faster than you
I
said.
don't know why I'm suddenly Kermit, but that's who I am today.
It's what you sounded like the whole time. But yeah, she steps up out of the pit, sort of shrugging off pieces of armor, carrying her hammer. Says, are you coming? Let's go.
Absolutely.
She will lead you into the blacksmith and up into the building above.
Just so you know, when Christmas hopped into the pit, I was so terrified that you were going to use the cloud rune, which literally just lets you go, oh, you're attacking that person? Now you're attacking that person.
Oh, I know. I know.
And I was like, oh no,
Yeah.
Christmas.
The cloud rune is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. Yeah, I follow her in.
Oh, I think I didn't actually use the cloud rune. I think I used runic shield. Whoops. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But yeah. Anyway, she takes you upstairs into the actual like home area of the blacksmith shop. Though you do see on the second level there is a smaller workshop that's for like non-metal stuff. And after she shrugs off her armor and sets a couple pieces aside that need a little work after you broke a plate, she sits down at this big, like, carpenter's bench that has, like, vices and cutting mats and all sorts of things. And she has you take off your bracers and she starts stamping in and very carefully etching runes into your bracers. At this time, you can all level up, but Foostrak is leveling into his Rune Knight stuff.
Wait, like level 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, that was a fast level.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
it was. I was not prepared for that.
Well, do you...
Yes.
Okay.
Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Okay.
Message me if you need to.
I'm just gonna do what we talked about, and then I'll just
You
trust
need to be more specific. Message me.
Okay.
Because you've all talked to me about different things, and I can't keep it straight anymore.
Except me.
Yeah. I don't
I'm
need
happy.
to keep you straight.
No, that's true. I keep myself straight enough for everybody.
Totes.
Okay.
That's
But
why my
yeah.
voice sounds like this.
Yeah.
We will pan away from that to a small tavern not too far away. Blacksmith shop, if you look at the map of Manas, is right here on this corner. There's a tavern over here that Magda, you have managed to seek out with Lorcan. Lorcan's pretty good at finding things. So yeah, he does a very similar thing to when he found the chased cat, where he just walks around a corner and goes, "Find it!"
Well, that's useful.
But you head into this just little hole in the wall, dinky bar. It's like the diviest little dive bar. It's definitely like a locals place. And you see hanging on as you guys actually step through this, about to break off the hinges, old wooden door. The interior is like super old but very clean. It's not like gross, it's just ancient. You see hanging on the wall over the fireplace, there's a Glacier Watch banner that someone has taken a knife to and just slit it and left it there as like a message.
Yeah.
But also hanging up there, there's a few there's like medals and like pieces of armor and like a lot of just like memorabilia from battles and such. There's shields, there's axes. You even see a few AMC pins pinned here and there on like plaques. You see there's actually a platinum one up there. There's a couple silver, there's a few steel. The sort of clientele of the bar is mostly older people, though you do see a lot of grizzled younger people. And the sort of centerpiece of the bar itself, other than the bar counter, is right behind it on this like wall of shelves and bottles. There is a gigantic stone hammer hanging on the wall that is draped with a pale yellow piece of silk. But you and Lorcan step in, and a bunch of people look up and look over, kind of cheers, like looking to see if it's somebody they know. Most people go back to what they're doing, but there's a few that just give you guys a wave, like just being friendly. And Lorcan turns and looks at you and says, "So, do you want to get like a corner table, or do you want to go up to the bar and bother the barkeep?"
Whatever. I guess corner table's fine.
Yeah, and he points you over to an open corner like booth and says, "What do you want to drink? I'll get it for you."
Whatever's strong.
"What would you like to drink?"
I don't. Whiskey is fine.
"All right, very specific." And he walks up to the bar, where you see sort of a grizzled old dwarf, who you see very proudly displays a steel rank badge on his like apron. Lorcan walks up and orders, and then eventually just says, "You know what? Can we just get like a bottle?" And the dwarf nods and hands him a smallish bottle and a couple of tumblers, and he brings them over to the table and sets them down and slides into the booth across from you. Pours you a glass.
I'll take it, drink it. Not downing it like in a shot or anything, but yeah.
And he pours his own glass and sort of sniffs it first. He's like, oh, that's actually pretty good. And he takes a sip. Glances around the interior. It's sort of dim in here. Some of the windows are covered over with like posters and like paper. He's like, well, this looks like a good place to get good and lost.
Yeah, I guess.
So, I know it's a stupid question. How you doing?
What do you think?
Well, you're clearly upset about something, and I noticed you got a letter. You don't have to tell me anything about it. I'm just making sure you're okay.
I will take the letter out and slide it across the table to him.
Really?
Go
All right. And he picks it up and unfolds it and starts reading over it. Let me actually grab it real quick. Wanderlust. Hector. Oh, I forgot about all the spelling mistakes.
It's so...
Oh, look at them all. It's so bad. All right. Yeah, he unfolds it and starts reading, and you see him kind of grin, and then that goes away as the humor kind of loses to the sad letter. And when he finishes it, he folds it back up and slides it back to you and takes a deep breath and sits back in the booth. That's sort of heavy.
Yep.
Well, I suppose it's fair play for the letter you got about me. A lot of what you said back in the tower makes sense now. You really don't want to see him? Or are you just saying you don't want to see him?
I want to see him more than anything, Logan. He's all I've been thinking about since Cal left. Before that, even. I just don't think it's fair to him.
But it sounds like that's what he wants too. I don't think it's fair to either of you for you to keep trying to run away from him.
Why is everyone so fucking nice?
And he leans forward on the table and he says, this might come as a little bit of a shock to you, Miss Wrenly, but have you ever given any thought to the fact that what Foostrak is saying all the time is true? You know, about found family and caring about each other and giving a fuck.
There's absolutely no reason for any of it, though.
Since when has loving people ever had a reason behind it?
Since forever.
You got a dad like that and you think his love is conditional? You think any of it is? I barely goddamn know you, and I adore you.
You have no reason. He has at least
a reason.
He at least has a reason.
He's your dad. Loads of dads don't give a shit about their children. Mine certainly didn't.
Alright, so I don't know. He probably remembers who I was, a kid. Wonderful. You lot don't know shit all about me except for I'm an asshole.
Yeah, but we like that about you.
Why?
Because...
Look, and I've done absolutely nothing for any of you. I've contributed nothing.
Are you fucking mental?
What exactly have I helped you with?
I got dropped into your lap, the person with the face of the creature that did this to you. And sure, you were standoffish at first, but you didn't kill me. And you kept me around, you've kept me safe, you've helped me when we've gotten into some scrapes, and I've helped you in return. And now here we are at a fucking tavern in the middle of goddamn nowhere, having a drink together. You're my goddamn friend.
Just because I didn't kill you doesn't mean that I'm any sort of decent. It means I'm doing the bare minimum.
It's more decent than loads of folks would do.
I think what it is that you all are so goddamn broken in your own little ways that you don't know what exactly it means to be treated kindly.
Neither do you at this point. Calling the kettle black here, Magda.
I don't know what it's going to take for you all to just abandon me.
Why do you want that?
Because it's easier that way, Lorcan. It's easier when you don't have to care about all that.
It's not easier, it's just what you're used to. Misery isn't easy, it's just familiar.
I had gotten used to it. I knew how to handle it. I can't handle this. I don't know what to do with it.
You don't have to do anything with it. I can't speak for the others. Though I'm pretty sure if I tried for Foostrak, I could probably hit the nail on the head. He's pretty much an open book. But we've all got holes in our lives of some sort. I'm sure even Noah does. Or maybe he just enjoys having friends. I don't know. I don't understand that boy. But we're all similar in some pretty dark ways. And I don't know. I think we've spent so long being the odd ones out, being unwanted, that when we finally found somebody we could work with, somebody who gave a damn about whether or not we, fell and died in battle, we cling to him. And honestly, the others have... I wasn't there for it, but the others... They helped you at a time when you would have died on your way to AWAS. And if that doesn't prove to you they care about you, I don't know what will. And I mean, back there with your weapon, I didn't pay for it because I want you to owe me anything or because I wanted to look good. I did it because you help keep me alive, and we're helping each other get to where we need to go. But also, I give a damn about, you. You don't have to understand it. It doesn't have to make sense.
I want it to make sense.
I'm afraid you're looking in the wrong place, my dear. Let me tell you something. My sister, Nalan, she and I were close as close could be as kids. We're not going to talk about what happened later. But we did everything together. We pranked our mother together. We did our chores together. We traveled together. And I never once second guessed how much I loved her. And there was no reason behind it. It wasn't because we were twins or raised together. In fact, we should have hated each other for all, considering all things. But when we got older and started drifting apart, and, things happened, it felt like losing a piece of myself. And I don't really care to repeat that at this point with people I care about. So I apologize if it doesn't make sense to you. It doesn't make much sense to me either, but I'm already in it. You're not getting rid of me. And besides, I made you a promise.
I don't even know. That letter just proved to me that the whole reason that I have stayed away from him for this long was not because of anything except for me and my own hatred of myself. And I don't know what to do about that. Because I still do. I still hate looking at myself in the mirror, and not because of some vain concept of beauty or whatever. It's because I know that I made a mistake. And I've kept making mistakes since then. I don't know what to do about that.
Well, I don't feel like I'm in much of a position to tell you anything about that, because I'm doing something pretty similar. I got enough money on me now that I could go to one of the major cities. I could go back to Ansu's and jump an airship to Garrett Eldithas. I could talk to the Guild of the Gate and they'd let me go home because I'm from there. I could go find my mother. I could go find Nalan and fix things. Go home. But I won't. Not yet, anyway. Because I'm fucking terrified of how I'm gonna fuck it up again.
You didn't fuck anything up.
Oh, I certainly did.
The only thing you did was trust the wrong person. Okay, yep, I see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And he actually chuckles. Oh, he says, yeah, we are disturbingly alike, my dear. I guess my goal aligns with yours because I want to help you, but there's also a selfish side that thinks if I help you and fix, this curse, I'll have redeemed myself in some way, enough that I'd be worthy to go back. But we both know that's absolute fucking nonsense logically. But the head and the heart are rarely aligned.
I just don't know what to do. I know that I have to stick around. I know that I have to stay with...
Good time, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I know that I have to stick around with all of you because we're all so intertwined at this point, and that makes me feel even more guilty because at least Foostrak and Noah don't have a reason to be wrapped up in all of it. But I don't know. I don't want to face my dad. And I don't want to keep dragging everyone down further. I just don't know what to do. I'm at a standstill.
Well, why don't we just take this a step at a time? Let's start with what we know we can affect and change. Start with getting you healthy and detaching you from whatever the fuck this thing is. Detaching me too, because I assume there's something left over. I don't know. And let's get ourselves to a point where physically we can stand up to these challenges, and we can see if we can help our friends stand up to their challenges too. I imagine Christmas's stuff is going to be quite the ride. But
Yeah,
let's fight the battles we can see first, and then we'll work on fixing the insides.
If they can be fixed.
Well, patching the insides, I suppose.
Sure.
And he sort of leans over and gives you like a little, just teeny push and says, and we need to get you a date with Gwen.
No.
Yeah,
All
why
right.
not?
No.
She's clearly had a fun time with you.
Absolutely not. Listen, that was a moment of...
Enjoying yourself.
It had been a while. It had been a while.
Giving yourself a chance to relax.
It was a moment of weakness.
Letting someone else take care of you.
I'm not even interested in women.
Why not? Women are wonderful.
I don't know. I've only ever... Well, I've been with one person. I don't know. I just... It was a one-time thing. And I don't do anyone anyway. I swore.
Clearly that is not true.
I told myself after Callum that I wasn't going to go down that road anymore.
Are you actually not interested in anyone, or are you worried what they're going to think of you? I already know the answer to that question. Don't bother.
I'm worried of what they think of me, sure, but I'm more worried about trusting someone again.
Oh, you picked quite an interesting person to sleep with in that case.
It was only supposed to be a one-time thing, and then apparently she is intertwined with all of our bullshit, so, you know.
Yeah. You know, she was just a bartender.
What? No, she worked at the brothel, so that was her job.
I mean, it's her brothel, but she's a bartender. And if I remember correctly, she slept with you for free.
Yeah, I thought that was like a tactic. Like,
no.
First taste is free, come back for more.
No.
Like,
do you really look at Gwyn and think, courtesan?
I didn't. You know what?
She wasn't all dressed up for anything.
I'm not judgmental.
She wasn't talking
like
to anyone else.
Oh God.
I don't judge. I don't look at someone and go, "Wow, they look like a courtesan."
Listen, I don't act on my judgments, but I do like people watching.
I don't frequent brothels. I never have.
You don't have to. Neither do I. We don't really have that many in the Feywild.
So how would I know what the fuck a courtesan looks like?
I don't know. I'll take you to another one. I'll show you.
No, we don't. No.
I'm sure there's a second one in town.
No, we're not going to any more
You
establishments.
You don't want to go back?
No.
See if she's there. Because I don't know about you, but that drow was fucking hot.
Well, I'm glad that you had a good time.
I had a wonderful time.
I don't date. Never again. Nope. It's not happening.
So wait, what's this about you not being interested in women?
Growing up, I don't know. I mean,
do you come from a place where that's frowned upon?
Do I come from a place where that's frowned upon?
Not in the slightest. Amnoblin is one of the, it is the highest concentration of pan and poly people in the entire world.
This is Atlaran.
Yeah, but Amnoblin especially. Places like Frosthold are a little less on the poly side, but anywhere with Geary or giantish culture tends to be pretty pan.
Okay. I don't know. No, it's fine there. It's just, I guess I just had an idea in my head about who I would end up with. And
that was clearly a terrible idea, so maybe you should branch out. I say this with the deepest love, but also constructive criticism.
I haven't really... Cal was the first person I've ever been interested in. Because he was charming and talented and brilliant, and I guess I was...
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah. And I mean, he was cute, I suppose, but I think I was more attracted to his personality.
Happens with charismatic people.
Yeah. And when he left, I didn't really have an interest in other options, I guess, so I haven't given it a lot of thought.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Well, no, I am going to tell you what to do. Give yourself a goddamn chance. Because it's just fun. But also, it's been, 6 years, you said, since then?
Yeah.
People change a lot in that span of time. And just from the way Gwyn looked at you, it was clear she's interested.
It's best if we have way too much going on.
I'm not telling you to marry her. I'm telling you to have some fun.
Say that you... Nah. God, no, I'm not. For one thing, that's completely off the table. I'm never getting married. 100% not.
Okay, sure.
And for another thing, it's just... No.
Just let yourself have some fun.
We just had a whole conversation about how much I hate myself. You really think I'm going to allow myself an iota
One
of
of the first steps to giving a fuck about yourself is self-care.
Yeah, and one of the first steps of a good relationship is taking care of the other person and not having them.
I'm not telling you to have a relationship with her. I'm telling you to have fun. People, listen, Magda, I don't know, being that you come from the ass fuck end of nowhere, I don't know if you know this, but people sometimes have relationships that are just friends with benefits. And if it turns out she's awesome, you can go further if you want. Or you can find someone else. Or you can just not be romantic with people and just physical. Whatever you fucking want. It's all on the table.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I come from a very sex-positive place. So all this sounds very nonsensical to me.
It's fine. So, no. Thank you for the, information, but no. It was a one-time thing. I got what I needed, and I can wait another 6 years. So
that's fucking disgusting.
What?
Just thinking about waiting that long.
You know what? Sorry, I'm not horny 24/7.
Well, that's not the point, but self-care, Magda. It's literally their jobs. Well, courtesans anyway. Gwyn wasn't one.
I think you're whatever.
I think you're trying to kid yourself that somebody thought you were sweet and interesting.
She thought I was sad.
That too. There's people who are into sad people.
I don't want to be someone's fetish. Oh, God.
That's not necessarily a fetish.
I know. I just don't.
She just likes the lost puppy look.
Mm-hmm.
We at least give it some thought. Maybe not with her, but just enjoy yourself. Please. Listen. I know misery is kind of your aesthetic, but I would rather you not be constantly loathing yourself. If we can take it down to 80%, that would be great.
I can take it down to 95%.
90. No higher.
Fine, 90.
All right.
I'll reach out a hand to shake his hand.
Yeah, and he gives you a good shake.
All right.
How fucked up do you think Foostrak is by this point?
Oh, he's dead. 100%. Yeah. We're going to come back to a big bull-sized coffin.
Yeah. And he just raises his glass and says, "To the Wildborns," and drains it.
Long may he reign.
Indeed. So, anything else anybody wants to do before we move on to the evening?
Oh no, I spelled copy wrong.
No. Christmas, I was thinking maybe if you needed to get some things off your chest and maybe have, like an extremely long therapy session, I'm here for you if you ever need anything.
Listen, this is me and Ash's thing.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. While you guys were doing that, I carved a rubber stamp.
That is incredibly kind of you, Noah. Thank you very much. I might take you up on that offer. What is that you're fiddling with over there that you created?
Oh, I was just thinking about Yule coming up and making a cool stamp to put on the cards I'm gonna send people. So, yeah.
Yule happened a month ago in Gale.
Yeah. I picked, you never know, and you're going to need, a very poisonous plant to just, stamp onto people's cards you send them.
Yes.
You are correct. You just never know when that is going to be a thing that you'll need to do.
I like to be prepared. As they say back in Reese's Ridge, a pound of preparedness is worth an ounce of fuckery.
They say an awful lot over there. I'll tell you what. How about this, Noah? We maybe I won't take you up on a very long therapy session. I don't know that that's something that's going to really benefit me very much. But if you ever want to just exchange stories, now that I will gladly take you up on.
Oh, yeah. I usually give them willingly, but Magda, she kind of disappears as soon as I start telling one.
I'm so tempted to cast invisibility right now, just to be like... Not going to, though. Not going to.
Well, do we need to go back and get into some of those more donuts, or what are we doing?
Question, do you think she's okay?
Magda?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not.
She didn't...
Why, were you thinking she was okay?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I just thought I'd bring it up as a point of conversation since we all kind of weren't talking about it. Very obviously she went off to do something. I'm assuming reading another letter because she seems to get 8 of those a day.
Yeah.
And
you two have that in common.
Yeah, although it's interesting, Sala showed up and oh, hello, you're still here.
She, at the moment, you guys are just like sitting out front of the blacksmith shop. She is, she's actually like crouched down on the ground next to Jasper as he's like drawing in his journal, and he's like showing her some of his stuff, and she's got this little smile on her face as he's like pointing out like different things that he's drawn over time, and she glances up, says, "I'm sorry, what?"
You showed up and the letters stopped, is all I'm trying to say.
I'm sure there will be more, but more threatening.
Sometimes when people who write you letters are right next to you, they don't write you letters anymore. It's one of those weird things,
What a strange happenstance. Right. Well, what about passing notes to people?
I mean, you could do that, I suppose, if you had wanted to waste the paper, but... Or, if you wanted it to be real fancy, you could send a Vodra post and then sign it with a different name.
That's true, although, that's actually a really good point, is you probably could put any name on those that you wanted to.
Yeah, as long as you know how to spell it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need to do anything else today.
All right.
Okay.
In the meantime...
the only other thing I wanted to do today is more like a later in the day thing, so...
Okay. In the meantime, Foostrak spends a couple hours with Asha, with Asgir sort of going in and out as he does his own work. She gets your bracers etched and stamped. What runes are you starting off with? You're muted, buddy.
You're muted.
I am starting with the Cloud rune.
Okay.
And the Fire rune.
Okay. So she, leaving space for future runes, she sort of spaces out what you need. The Fire rune, the center of the Fire rune, it's sort of this flaming illustration around a Feu rune. And as she's etching that, and in between sort of telling you sort of how to focus on it and activate these, as she's explaining in Thunar to you and says you will use these in Thunar, you occasionally hear her, she stops talking to you for a moment and starts whispering these words that they sound Thunar to you, but something's off about them, and you realize she's speaking this ancient version of Thunar that's from like thousands of years ago. And as she speaks these and etches these runes in, you see each sort of tap of the hammer on this like metal tool. There's just this tiny like spark of red and yellow energy, and the rune remains glowing until she finishes it, and then she sort of like almost like wipes her hand over it and it stops glowing. And while she's doing the cloud rune, she goes into a different sort of incantation, and the runes glow this sort of pale blue. And each time as she's tapping this tool, these like white and blue sparks come off. And once she has each of them finished, she takes several different like bottles of, you're not sure what it is, nothing's labeled, but she takes this bottle of fairly like clear liquid and like a sponge, and she starts running it over the bracers, basically sealing them. And as they sit off to the side and dry, she turns to you and shows you her arms again, where her cloud rune and fire rune are. And she explains to you, she says, the way my people's magic has always worked is that it is part of not just the world, not just the earth, it is part of the fabric of the cosmos, these elements. Before there was a world, before there were gods, there was magic, which is what this is born from. And my people learned before we could speak how to use this, and eventually language and runes came with it. When you use this, you tap into thousands, millions, billions of years of energy and life. And being that you come from a culture that respects the ways of Zerai, I feel like you're a bit better tuned to this. This is war magic. This is the soul of fighting. But it is also the soul of protection. My people, the Giri, have always put the most stock in our people, our communities, our traditions. And while I understand you are struggling with yours, you have to care about these things, even as you must fight them. And caring about the people around you and caring about the traditions and the memories and the history and the way we do things is what gives you power. No one who hates with abandon, no one who cares for nothing can use this. As long as you keep a certain tenderness about these things and care about someone, you will be strong.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your knowledge with me. And I will do my best to make sure that I honor everything that I've learned here today.
Good. I think it is safe to say you will slowly discover the rest of this as she shows you her arms again. You will slowly discover how to do this on your own. It becomes instinctual as you learn to use these and you stay true to your mission. And you may find someday that in a moment of need, these runes will rescue you when no one else can. And your friends. But if you should ever need help understanding any of these or need to etch any further runes if you can't do it yourself, let me know. I will be happy to help you. And there are others like me across the world who can help you, but you'll find us mostly in Amnoblin and Frosthold.
Anything in particular I should keep an eye out to recognize? Anyone that is learned in this?
Well, many Jotnar and Giri blacksmiths are versed in this, at least to some extent. But those who carry these runes do so openly and proudly. You will see them. We literally wear them on our arms. We wear them on our necks, our faces. They are etched into everything that we use. Back home, even in Amnoblin, there is almost nothing that does not have a rune on it. But if you want to look for mentors and people who can really teach you and help you move forward, look for those with tattoos like mine that are highly decorated and well taken care of. Look for scars in their armor. Look for a sense of always looking straight ahead. Those are the people who can teach you best. And I imagine those that follow the old gods, the Balin, they may be able to teach you something as well. You mentioned something about the Len before. I think it would be a good idea, with what I've learned from you thus far. Maybe you should seek out a bit more about her and understand the other side. You know the Crimson and the Hammer and the War, but I don't think you know quite the goddess of love and family and peace.
You are right. Mostly I've just had to learn it on my own, but
Well,
finding someone to teach me a bit more would be nice.
that is what community is about. And most of my people would be happy to teach you. But if you are looking for an expert on the subject, I don't know where you're headed next, but out in Northeast, the Master Arcanist there, Pelai Singadi, she is a high priestess of Ilan. In fact, I believe she has something of a personal relationship with her. She could help you. That, or if you ever end up in Amnoblin, seek out the Sentinels or the Elder Druid. They may be able to help you.
Elder Druid.
I'm going to ask you to send that Master Arcanist name to me, please.
It is in the notes. Alistair mentioned her to you. Let me grab Messenger.
Who's that
Pelai
super high
Singadi.
Elder Druid?
Oh.
Rhea McAmbaro.
Oh, nope, it's Kit.
He's not the Elder Druid anymore.
He's the super
He's
high
the
Elder
super
Druid.
mega awesome total high elder boy druid.
Really high Elder Druid.
Yeah, all the time.
All the time.
Yep.
Look at how it came out.
Aw, that's super cute.
Yeah, I've never made one before, so it's
I
not
love
like
it.
it's not the best, but it's not terrible.
What did you do? Just take like a little eraser and etch it into it? Or?
No, so like it comes on this like piece of rubber,
Oh.
and it came with an awl with like carvers on it. So I just carved it all out while
That's
you guys were
awesome.
having therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of us having therapy of some degree.
I was listening and I was like, "Oh Jesus, I wish some of this didn't apply to me." But no, it's fine.
That's
I'll
the
just keep
fun of it.
carving.
Yeah. But yeah, Asha finishes off your bracers, gives them a good, like, she takes this, like, very soft cloth to them and sort of rubs them down after they've dried, and they just sort of, they don't shine, but they have this very nice, like, I don't know. You know how leather, like well burnished leather kind of shines? It looks like that. And she hands them back to you. Your bracers now count as technically enchanted. But they are the special Your runes are not necessarily bound to them. You could use them if you didn't have the bracers on because you are getting in tuned with this type of magic. But the bracers themselves, just for example, they would not be hurt by wear over time. They would function like magic items that, if somebody tried to disintegrate them, it wouldn't work. So yeah, they count as enchanted now.
Oh, Asha, one more thing before I go. Someday, when I come back here, I definitely want to have a rematch so I can show you what I learned.
Oh, you don't have a choice. If I see you again, I'm going to kick your ass.
Oh, he just smiles and sticks out a hand for a handshake.
She does the forearm shake with you because y'all are badasses. But yeah, she walks you back down to the ground floor, and you see Asgeir there, sort of leaning next to his forge, just cleaning his nails after he's been working. And he looks up as you both come down. He says, "Oh no, I know that look. She has a new favorite."
You were right. She did kick my ass.
Let me just put it this way. It was her choice that we got married.
No comment.
But yeah, he sort of claps you on the back as you walk by, and Asha pauses next to him, and he wraps an arm around her waist. He says, "We will get to work on your friend's, what the fuck was it?" And she says, "Kusarigama." And he's like, "Yeah, that thing." Yeah, I think we'll have it done tomorrow for you. And come by anytime.
You can count on it.
And he also kind of leans down next to you and says, "And whenever you do visit, I do enjoy donuts."
I'll see what we can do.
Okay. And he turns back to his forage, and Asha bids you all farewell. All right. What does Noah need to do later in the evening?
Just before bed, he's going to make another healing potion.
Okay, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
So your meeting with the other people is at midnight.
Oh, that's right. So I'll make a healing potion during the day.
Yeah, you can do that. You can all take a long rest, as long as you're not planning on doing anything strenuous until then.
Okay.
Just assuming you chill for the rest of the day. Unless anybody doesn't want to chill for the rest of the day.
I want to go out and fucking fight now.
I mean, that is an option in this town. There is a place. But yeah, as late evening approaches, it's already been dark for a while. You guys are all, well, you're wherever you want to be. I assume on Gungnir Island, or Turnvik Island, excuse me. Between the lakeshore cabins and the tower itself. Alistair did give the donuts to his class, and they were fucking ecstatic. So Noah, after the class leaves, Alistair delivers you a stack of about 20 pieces of parchment that all have drawings on them for you.
Oh my god.
And he's like, "They insisted," and he sets it down. They're all really cute.
Are these little kids, or I thought he was teaching teenagers?
There's an array of ages between 10 and 15. So some of the younger kids are, not great, but you can get the gist of what they are. Whereas a couple of the older kids are actually really fantastic artists. And mostly the little kids drew you pictures of mythical not mythical creatures, but what would be mythical in our world?
Yeah.
Like you get one of a hippogriff, one of a dragon, and
Ooh, a dragon.
one of the older kids who's really good did a charcoal sketch of Gungnir Tower, and it is gorgeous.
I will add that stack of stuff to my thing. Stack of thank you notes.
Yeah. But yeah.
I am. Do you go or do I go?
You go.
Okay. I do one because it'll let us burn just a little bit more time before we need to go to break in like 10 minutes. But I want to try to find that book that I brought up to Alistair last week. The like children's book that just has like assorted stories about the Feywild.
Okay. I'm making an investigation check.
Just to have super not good. 6.
Okay. Taking Alistair's advice that his library spans 3 fucking floors, but that the children's stuff is a little more on the 2nd floor. You go searching. A lot of what he has for like kids is definitely collections of stories, but a lot of them are much older books that are just very well kept. Like you imagine some of these were probably printed in the 200s. Some of them have definitely seen a lot of wear. Some of them are missing a cover. Some of them are actually like handwritten. Some are made by like old auto writers, so the text spacing is weird. You do find one book that is kind of similar to what you were looking for. It's like a little picture book of Feywild stories where there's like 2 lines of text on every page in a big like painting. It is a collection of just a few stories, mostly about like just for example, just like a general story about dryads and how they work, and a story about a nymph who was so painfully beautiful and she only wanted somebody to love her, but every time somebody looked upon her, they went blind. And because that's what nymphs do.
I know that story. Yeah.
And then there's like a mermaid story, and yeah, it's not what you're looking for.
Gotcha. It's like a Harold the Halfling situation where it's like, go to the Feywild, look out for this. But it's like in like kids version basically, so that they
it's like
understand
grim. It's like grim Fey tales for children.
Gotcha. Okay.
Taiylor, I also need to get that letter that you sent me on the side.
Yes. That will arrive later in the evening. You'll definitely get that. Probably a few hours before the meeting. You get a letter, a very nice letterhead on it, with the crest of Mathine College. From Darius' son.
Yes. As I read it, I kind of look it over, and it is lurking in our little cabin area.
I mean, he's in the same cabin you are, so he's around.
Okay. I'm gonna look for him, track him down.
He's probably. You found that he has a habit of standing in the kitchen, looking out the window, and just like with something in his hand to drink at all times. Though he doesn't drink a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of chills.
I come out of my room and just go, "You, what?
Me?
Did you? Yeah, you.
Lorcan.
When? Yeah, Lorcan. What was the last thing? The last time? The last? God damn it!
What the fuck are you? What?
Your memories. When did they stop? Like, do you remember approximately what year?
Maybe like 405-ish.
Okay. Yeah, because I have okay.
So I got some information about Walter and what he was doing beforehand, before all this. And I have to find it in the stuff that you gave. So essentially, he went to Mathang College and studied conjuration, I believe. And he had this mentor who died. He was married to her. But they went into the Feywild, somewhere called Barrow. Do you know what Barrow is?
No?
No? Okay. I mean, it happened in apparently 1489. I just didn't know if maybe you...
489.
Or, yeah, whatever.
It's not 1,000 years in the future yet.
Well, yeah, it happened in 489 apparently.
That's way beyond my memory.
I know. Shit, I thought maybe you'd know something about that.
I mean...
because it sounded a little bit... So the letter says that he and his wife, Amelia Dine, they worked for the Guild of the Gate, and they went into the Feywild, and the team was helping defend a new Feywild frontier town called Barrow, and were trapped
Well, that's
by...
why I've never heard of it.
Yeah, and they were trapped by Fomorians and slaughtered.
Fucking excuse me?
Yeah, that's what it said.
And he takes the letter to read it.
Okay, all right.
Trapped by Fomorians and slaughtered. Mr. Brent survived.
Is that bad? Is there something...
Well, yeah, Fomorians are like... So you know the whole thing about the Sealy court fighting the Fomorians constantly?
Vaguely, yeah.
Fomorians are these dark, giant-kin things, people, I guess. They're trying to take the Feywild from the Sealy court and from the Atlaran. If they had their way, the Feywild would be another Shadowfell, basically. They're pretty awful.
Right.
It's really not surprising that if somebody tried to found a new town out in the frontiers of the Feywild, it's not surprising the Fomorians would take umbrage with that and try to tear it down.
Okay, well, I mean, Walter and Amelia were, I think, just studying it. I don't think they were assisting the Fae in that, so...
Well, it says he's a chaser. That means he's like a defender, a fighter. But if she was an archivist, she was a researcher.
Right.
Field team studying in the Feywild and Shadowfell.
Also, interesting little bit too, it seems like Mr. Dine still works for the Guild of the Gate. He's still a chaser.
Aren't you part of the Guild of the Gate, technically?
In a roundabout way.
Taiylor clan?
Yeah, I don't really work with them anymore. I'm not, like, called upon to do business or anything.
Yeah, but if I know anything about the Taiylor clan, I mean, they've been around for a while.
Yeah.
You're like Guild of the Gate light.
Yeah. I'm just wondering why the Guild of the Gate doesn't know about all of what he's doing. You know, it's strange. All of it is strange.
I mean, He's clearly, we've seen he's sort of a secretive guy, and it's certainly possible that he's just avoiding their radar by keeping to himself most of the time, though. It says here, this San guy, it's not the first time somebody's asked about him. About Walter.
Yeah, I guess it did say that, didn't it? Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Altera has informed me that Mr. Brents may be a figure of concern due to some recent events in Frosthold. So, alright, so Alistair's telling people he's an issue.
I feel like we keep getting all these pieces to this puzzle, but we still don't know the first thing about how to arrange them.
Yeah.
Because his involvement with Christmas's gang too has something to do with this.
Yeah, the whole residuum thing. I'm hoping we'll learn a little bit about that tonight.
I'm hoping so too. I definitely think so. I mean, his gang worked in the Feywild a lot.
Yeah.
So if Walter has a connection there too.
Well, I mean,
he's fucking using his connections, right, as the chaser to go into, to use the gate to help with his smuggling.
It sounds like it.
God, this guy is so fucking... Oh, I'm gonna be so fucking glad when he is, like, hanging by his neck out in the middle of town square. Oh, it's gonna be good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it sounds like, from what little we've learned, maybe some of the other members of Christmas's old group will be able to tell us more about him. Maybe some of the more businessy ones. It sounds like Salah wasn't really
yeah, she didn't know anything.
a deal maker. But we'll see what we learn tonight. And I mean, we could always throw just the biggest wrench into what Walter's doing by telling the guild of the gate.
I mean, yeah, but the deeper this goes, the more I want to be cautious about it.
That's true, especially considering what he knows about you.
Yeah, and also I don't want any of this to fall back on my dad.
Exactly, that's...
So, if we get him somewhere safe, then I think we can be good to go to the guild.
Well, then a couple of weeks before Noah's parents have him. And I mean, they pop around the world at a moment's notice, so I assume he'll be in pretty good hands there.
Yeah. Also, I think we need to get some more concrete evidence on him because the biggest thing that we have so far is that, hey, here's this band of rogue smugglers, and we don't really want to get them in trouble either. So,
it sounds like this Tristan person is separate, so we don't have to mention, Gwyn and Salah. We can just say, the butcher guy.
Yeah.
And he hands you the letter back, and he puts a hand on your shoulder. He says, "We're gonna figure this out, and we're gonna make sure your dad's safe, and then we'll move forward with all the other fucking plans on the itinerary."
Right.
I got your back. Just keep your eyes peeled.
They're peeled. I'm gonna turn to go to my room, and I'm going to stop. And I'm gonna turn back to him. I'm gonna say, I guess you're my friend.
Oh, be still, my little heart.
You said that I was your friend back in back there, and I guess it would be a little rude to not say the same. So
Come here.
no,
Yeah, come here.
no, we're not
Come
doing
here.
that. No,
And
no,
he
no,
just
no, no, no.
he follows you, and he just grabs you by like the jacket and pulls you in. I believe he's a little shorter than you, but he's just like, he pulls you and he's like, come here, come here, come
I'm like
here. And
stiff as a board. I'm just like,
he just gives you a good squeeze.
I'll reluctantly like give
Pat,
him a
pat.
little. Yeah.
And
Okay.
he doesn't make you suffer too long. He lets you go. He's
Yeah,
like-
I'll kind of just like push him away. All right, that's it. You
and
get one a year.
we'll see about that.
No, one a year. You better save it up for a good one.
And he just turns with his hand over his heart and just waltzes away. But yeah. Okay, we're gonna jump on break, and then we're going to do the thing. Okay. All right. Goodbye. Everyone was just
Bye.
so okay with it. Damn it.
We came back on weird eating noises and
Yummy.
All right, everybody. Hello, welcome back to the your next door lesbian neighbor with the hardware shop.
Hello.
Oh,
Is
we're just
oh,
going right there.
'cause you-
Oh.
No. I think they were. Wait.
Look at this denim shirt.
Yeah.
I am so butch today.
Yeah, you are.
Bourgeois.
Oh, yeah. Denim shirt with a black tank top, mind you.
Mm.
Yeah.
You look like you should be like coming
A
out
lesbian.
from under. Well, yeah. I was gonna say you look like you should be coming out like from underneath a car that you've been working on, and
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Just slide out from underneath, got
Smudge.
like oil, yeah.
yeah,
Just like,
uh-huh.
we need Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, hello,
Well,
welcome
looks
back.
like somebody done stole your carburetor, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get down to fucking business because I've been waiting
defeat
for
the
this
Huns?
meeting for
Oh, let's
fucking.
get down to
I've been waiting
business.
for this for weeks. So
What's
it
going
is late evening.
What do you mean? What's going on?
on? Oh, it's right, the midnight thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The Midnight Society.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
One
didn't know
midnight
what was
gone.
going on.
Um,
One midnight gone.
the slotted spoon doesn't hold much soup. Anyway, yeah, so it is late
my
evening
God.
as you all are gathering up at the dock on Turnvik Island to cross over into Manas. And you've got I mean I assume well you don't have a choice. Sala is coming with you. Are you taking everybody or are you leaving anybody behind?
I'm going.
Did we leave Jasper behind, or
I probably would not have.
you'd take him along?
Knowing how insightful Jasper can be and how good of a read of a person he can be, and also how good at keeping secrets he is, yes.
I'm worried that we're gonna get ambushed. So
We should
I
probably have
see.
all the people that we can use to back us up.
even the little tiny baby,
He's
The
one of
little
the
tiny baby
best
that-
fighters.
I guess.
Yeah, the little tiny baby
He's
that
also
beat
your
a
healer.
man to death.
That's true. That's true.
I can heal.
Yeah, but he's like a dedicated healer. Or half dedicated healer. Anyway,
Whatever.
So
you gather
not a
everybody up?
dedicated healer?
What?
So not a dedicated healer?
Well, one of his classes is a dedicated healer.
He's
The
our
other
half
one,
cleric.
I'm just being a shit.
the other
He's
one is a
half dedicated.
self-sacrificial buddy.
He's half dedicated to healing and half dedicated to doing the exact opposite of it.
Yeah.
Taking damage. It's literally what his monk subclass is about, is covering his allies. But yeah, you all gather up, and it takes 2 trips with the number of people, but you get everybody across, and you'll be able to take 2 boats back tomorrow if you so wish. But you get into Old Manas Fallside, and you make your way up into Shorner towards Sundrakes. As you get to the front side of Sundrakes, you see that the windows are shuttered and everything is dark inside. The town is pretty much dead at this hour. Just the odd passing person. But
that an old fashioned?
It's just bourbon.
Oh.
It's very old fashioned.
I thought you were gonna say something else.
No, it's just bourbon.
Okay.
What would you guys like to do as you arrive out front of Sundrakes?
Tell any Twitch moderators watching this that is definitely not bourbon and it is apple juice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's very sour. That's why sometimes I go,
Oh, she's
It's
spicy.
Spicy water.
What are you guys doing?
Spicy?
What are you guys doing?
I still fucking remember, Ben, when you were drinking that twisted tea.
Why is it spicy?
No, I can't do it.
What are you guys doing?
Knocking on the door.
No.
What?
No,
We're not doing that?
We're going around to the back.
Oh.
Yeah, I took fucking notes. Yeah. Go around to the back.
Okay.
That kind of thing, then.
You head into this dead-end alleyway behind the shop that is sort of butts up against a couple other buildings. And you see, sitting in here, there are 3 different, cellar openings to each different building. The one behind Sundrakes is, a proper, storm door cellar that has, the slanted metal doors. But yeah, nothing looks out of place. It's kind of clean for an alleyway. It's dark.
I'm gonna go kind of just crouch down by where the cellar door is that goes into Sundrake's. I'll tell, he looks through his pockets a second. He's just looking down at it. He'll turn back up to everyone. Nobody brought a bottle or something from one of the cabins with them, did they?
And Lorcan goes, yeah, but not for you.
I will give you a gold piece for a swig of that right now.
Dude, I have over 2,000 gold. I don't need it.
I maybe wouldn't say that out loud.
It's not on me.
Okay. I have a flask. I will take out my flask and be like, "Here, just shut the fuck up and open the door." Jesus.
I will take a hefty swig.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
I'll hand it back.
I rub off the spit.
The cooties.
Ew.
Oh my god.
The
Koopies.
So Sala
The Koopies.
Sala steps up, and being that you're just crouched there, she crouches down next to you and says, "Do you need somebody to hold your hand?"
Foostrak sticks down his hand.
That's so patronizing.
I'm gonna hold Foostrak's hand, and I will take a deep breath, and I will draw my bind rune on the cellar door.
Okay. Yay, you remembered. As you draw the Kaunas with the reverse Feu rune inside of it, you watch, as you're drawing it, it starts to light up after you finish the first rune, and it sort of redraws itself a second behind your actual drawing. And it shows up in this almost glowing orange, glowing metal orange. And you all watch it sink into these heavy steel doors. And the rune then pulses and fades. And you hear a very quiet click, 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 and just a cascade of clicks and slides behind these doors before it goes quiet.
Can we just push it? Can we push it open or something?
It would be a pull since it's a cellar door.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry.
No. Come on. Try to push it.
No, it's okay. I'll give it a...
You want to try to open it? If you want to try to push it open, that's fine. Anyway, I'll open it up.
Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah, you open up one side, and in order for Foostrak to get in, the other side has to be open too. But you see a very steep staircase leading down that would probably be just big enough for like a Geary to get down there, but it's still a little bit of a squeeze. But a very steep stone staircase, all kind of dusty and bare. And then you see there's a landing at the bottom, probably a good 15 feet underground. And at the end of that landing, you can see sort of off to one side, there is a large door and the faintest bit of light peeking out from underneath it.
All right. Whoever's last, make sure the door closes and make sure that no one sees you. And I'm going to head down the stairs.
What order are you heading in, just for my information?
Oh god.
First.
Obviously.
And I'm holding Foostrak's hand, so obviously he's second.
Okay. Sala will be right behind Foostrak.
I'll take the back.
Okay.
I'll go in the middle with Jasper.
Okay. So
Magda's
Lorcan will hang
taking
back with
rear.
Magda.
Lorcan is just whatever.
Lorcan's next to Magda, or just ahead of Magda. You kind of got to go single file, but yeah. You get down to the bottom of the landing where this door is. What does Christmas do?
Asked me that right after I took a giant bite of food.
This is kind of your scene.
I'm aware, I'm sorry. I'm hungry, I didn't eat dinner.
No, you're eating dinner right now.
Can I?
Animate all that boof.
Can I try to recall if anything in here seems familiar, if I've been here before, and if I know what to do?
Make me a history check with disadvantage.
Okay. Why? Because of the memory loss?
Yes. Precisely.
Well, one of them was good. That's a 5.
You don't fucking know.
Cool. Then we're gonna do the classic.
Gonna knock, okay.
Yep.
Oh, now he knocks.
Okay, hold on just 1 second.
And this is how we all die.
Let me
Hopefully.
actually scooch it into the map because I don't know what's gonna happen, so I made a map. You knock on this door, and after a moment, you notice you can hear nothing from behind the door. After a moment, you hear a slide of something heavy and metallic and a couple clicks before the door swings inward. And there is Gwen. As she sort of pokes her head out, like under the door jamb. Titan, not now. Wah!
There's a cat down there.
But she sort of pokes her head through and looks up the stairs at all of you, like standing on the stairs trying to get down. She says, all right, everybody. Okay. Chris.
Gwen.
Come in.
Noah.
Yeah. You shuffle past her with Foostrak. She hasn't seen Foostrak yet, so she just nods to him. And as Sala comes down, she pauses and you guys see her meet Gwyn's eyes. You know Sala messaged her earlier, but didn't go see her. And when Gwyn actually looks at her, there's this moment where you see Gwyn's heart break, but also you see her smile. Taiylor, buddy, kitty. Come here.
Kitty. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Come here, buddy. Come here.
I just want you all to know so that you can be proud of me. We got these training clickers for the dog that we got, and it has been sitting next to me, and all I've wanted to do is play with it, and I have not pressed the button.
Good job, buddy.
Proud of you.
So proud.
Yeah.
Oh, look at it.
Stop shaking the cat.
Okay. So, but yeah, you see Gwyn's heart just break. And Sala steps up to her and says, Gwyn. And Gwyn's brows furrow. She says, hi, Sala. And she pulls Sala in against her and just hugs her. She actually, Gwyn ends up kneeling down to just properly hug her. And after a moment, she lets Sala go, but you can see they just want to hold on to each other. There is a sister bond between these two. But Gwyn, still holding her hand for as long as she can, Gwyn lets her step in, and Sala takes a spot beside Christmas. The rest of you make your way down, and Gwyn nods to Noah and Jasper, sort of clocking you guys as you walk past. And as Lorcan and Magda get to the bottom, she smiles at Lorcan in recognition. He sort of gives her a little 2-finger salute before he steps in. And Magda, as you come to the bottom of the stairs, the last one there after closing the doors behind you, Gwyn smiles. She says, Magda. It's good to see you again.
Same.
And she reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder and sort of guides you in. Once you are all in, she closes the door, slides this huge metal bar back into place and several locks. And then you see her draw her own bind rune into the back of the door, and you hear a couple extra clicks in it. In the room itself, you guys see pretty much what's on the map. It seems to be kind of a storage room. There's a number of barrels and sacks and coal storage, firewood down here. There's a couple small workstations. There's a load of extra chairs as well, sitting at a round table. And there's a central sort of electric chandelier hanging. And sitting at the table, you see 3 figures. One is Mikhail, the white dragonborn, who, of course, works with his wife Meshek at Sundrake's. Sitting to his left is a great horned owl Aarakocra, who is dressed in a nice white tunic that has the large slits on the sides for his wing arms to get out through. And he also has a green tabard on that doesn't have any real specific markings, but has this nice gold trim to it. He's currently sitting fiddling with a clay mug in front of him. And his huge, golden eyes just open up wide as he sees you all come in. And sitting across from Mikhail, turning toward you guys as you step in, is what appears to be a human man in a dark leather jacket, sort of heavy, dark trousers, probably a crimson, tank top or just some sleeveless shirt. The sides of his head is shaved, and he has sort of a Taliesin Jaffe style haircut, but his hair is crimson red. And as he turns to face all of you, you see his eyes are this sort of unnatural green color. And he just clocks each of you as you step in, just sort of scratching his chin, watching. Gwen, as she finishes locking the door, she steps in a little further and motions you all toward the table and these extra seats. She says, please, sit down, make yourselves comfortable. We'll introduce everybody. I don't know some of you, but that's all right. I assume if Sala and Christmas brought you, then we should be all right. And she heads over to the table. You guys can place yourselves wherever you like. She's gonna take this spot.
Does Sala look okay?
Sala looks nervous, but anything else she is very carefully hiding. You can make an insight check if you want to.
I'd like to. Ooh, quite good. 19.
You've noticed pretty much all evening that Sala has been nervous, and she hasn't really said much to anybody. And you could see on your way here that she was like steeling herself. What?
Did you break up for everybody else, or was that just me?
I think it was just you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Continue. Sorry.
She was steeling herself for this, but the moment she saw Gwen, like everything broke. And while you don't necessarily remember anything, seeing Gwen hug her felt familiar to you. Like it was right that these two be next to each other. There's some kind of bond there that is as close as sisters, if not closer. And you can see Gwen is even reluctant to walk away from Sala. And Sala is the same. Even though she's standing next to you, you can see she wants to follow Gwen. And once you're all sort of free to take your seats, she puts herself next to Gwen.
Before she moves over there.
Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to do this as subtly as I can. I'm just gonna try to reach out and just give her hand a little squeeze.
Yeah, she pauses as she's about to step away, and she looks at you and takes a deep breath and nods, and goes to join Gwen's side. Place yourselves wherever you like.
I will kind of like...
Right there.
I don't know what I want to do.
Who are you going to sit next to?
I guess I will sit next to Gwen because I know her.
Yeah.
I will like sit there very not yeah.
Yeah, as you step up to take that spot, Gwen looks over and she actually reaches over and pulls the chair out for you.
I'm gonna walk right up to Ross and be like, "Oh, hey there, guy, how's it going?" Like, hold out my hand.
He's still sitting there, kind of half leaning on the table, just with his hand on his chin. And you offer a hand out to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He picks himself up and nods and shakes your hand. He says, "How you doing?"
"Oh, hey, doing well. How about you?"
We'll see.
Okay. You know. How about those potion prices, eh?
Always such the salesman.
Yeah.
How about it indeed?
Oh, speaking of that was something that I wanted to do that I forgot. What? I wanted to make sure, is there anybody who doesn't have at least one potion?
I think I have 3 or 4.
I don't think I have
Jasper
any
has
potions.
some.
I think I have some.
Jasper is a potion.
Jasper has potions and is potion.
I have 0 potions.
I have one basic, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
give
have
one.
3.
I'm going to give one basic one to Christmas before we go in, just so he has one.
Where are Foostrak and Christmas sitting?
I'm actually waiting until everyone else is sitting down.
Okay.
I don't want to look like I'm like staying over here, but kind of more that I'm just kind of like waiting to see where everyone sits before I make a decision.
I moved Foostrak to where he was going to kind of post up.
Oh, okay.
Rather
So just
than-
watching.
Yeah, basically he's just going to stay and like lean back and help keep an eye on like the entrance.
Okay.
Because if anybody comes in, he's going to be ready to get him, basically.
All right. Then Jasper, knowing he doesn't have much to say in this conversation, he's going to put himself right next to you. Lorcan will plop down between Beckett and Mikhail. Or, well, the owl. You don't know his name yet.
I'm gonna go walk so that I'm right here. If you'll all forgive me, I don't feel much like sitting right now. I don't know what you all have heard about me. Just say my memory's a little hazy.
And you can see the owl has been staring at you this whole time, wide-eyed and nervously, like tapping his talons on the table. Mikhail speaks up and he says, Gwyn has shared a bit. And he glances at Magda. Your friend told her just a small bit when she figured out who Gwyn was. We are aware that something is missing.
And you also... Oh, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
I had my suspicions when you didn't seem to react to me until you saw this. And he points to the mark on his neck.
Well, then you all know who's after me.
And they all look at each other and nod. Gwyn looks across the table at the owl and says, well, I can see Beckett is anxious. Let us introduce everyone.
Real quick, Gwen,
yeah.
before you do that,
Yes.
please forgive me, but I need this. And he's going to raise up both hands, and the sylvan runes on his hands start to glow, and I'm going to center it right here. I'm going to cast Zone of Truth, and I need everyone sitting at the table to make a charisma saving throw.
Do so if you want to resist it.
You can choose to fail, and if you choose... I also will know everyone who... whether they succeed or fail.
Okay.
I choose to succeed.
You're not there.
I know.
You're not there. You're fine.
I know.
I'll roll. I fail. 8.
Wisdom saving?
Charisma.
Charisma.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and use my Flash of Genius to bring that to 16.
Okay, that passes.
Okay.
You feel Beckett does not resist. Even as nervous as he looks, Mikhail does not resist. You feel both Lorcan and Sala start to resist. And Sala actually gives in, but Lorcan's gonna roll, and he does succeed. Gwyn doesn't resist. Ross, you feel it doesn't affect him.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
You see
that
him
power.
notice it, and he sort of leans his head on his hand and scratches his chin. You can see he's got pretty good stubble going, and he's looking down at the table and glances at Christmas.
So Ross is the only one that succeeded aside from Lorcan and Noah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a quick question. Actually, you know what? Never mind. That's metagaming. That's not in character.
Okay.
I'm just very curious how Ross wasn't affected by the spell.
Secrets.
Yeah, secrets.
You genuinely, even if you... I mean, you can roll an insight if you want to.
I absolutely would love to roll an insight.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
16.
Ross is an extremely hard man to read, but you notice that he, one, did not seem surprised that you cast that. Two, no effort at all. Like, he didn't activate anything. He just resisted it.
So it's not that it didn't work. He did save. Basically, then.
It didn't affect him.
Didn't affect him. Okay.
But something else you notice is that when you had raised your hands, you'd notice he had his hand on, or his head on one hand. You noticed the other hand went down to his belt, but he stopped, realizing what you were doing, and he puts his hand back on the table in plain view.
I'm gonna just walk right behind where Sala is then.
Yeah. And she looks up at you, kind of worried.
No.
Gwen nods, says, I can understand the need for that. For those of you whom I have not met yet, my name is Gwen Harren's daughter. I'm sort of the ringleader of this little bunch. And she motions over to Mikhail, says, this is Mikhail Birnikov. I believe all of you met him earlier in the shop. She motions across the table and kind of glances at you, Christmas. She says, this is Beckett Barringer. He's been very anxious for this meeting. And you can see Beckett nod furiously, still staring at Christmas. Like, you see this look on his face. It's very easy to tell. You can see, like, it's like he wants to jump over the table and grab you in, like, a good way. But you can see he's, like, holding himself back. And she motions toward the red-haired man. Says, and not a part of my usual retinue, but still a friend. This is Ross Greer. And she looks at the rest of you, says, there are some of you I have not met. I, of course, know... and she looks at her crew and says, this is Magda, Lorcan, of course, Chris. I don't know the rest of you.
Noah.
Foostrak, Wildborn.
And Jasper sort of raises a hand. He says, Jasper. And Gwen nods. She sets her hands on the table, and you can see Sala is actually holding on to her arm next to her. She says, I've been both looking forward to and dreading this meeting. I knew we needed to get everyone in the area, the local area together, because we are all, no offense to you, Sala and Chris, but because you two are here, Tristan is coming, and we need to decide what to do. I figured it would be best if we coordinate with you and your friends. That way we don't all end up messing each other up.
I think the most important thing right now is start with some background information, because absolutely none of us have any idea what we're getting ourselves into, and that's including him.
Yes, I'll be happy to fill in what I can. And of course, with everyone else here, they can fill in a few things I can't. I think it's worth mentioning off the bat, because he looks like he's about to explode, and she motions toward Beckett. Chris, Beckett has been looking for you as long as Sala has, I assume. He's been mostly around Frosthold, but he's been trying to find you for years. I understand he even went as far as Amnoblin and Lochmanos trying to find you. And the owl Beckett clears his throat. He says, yes, that is correct. Hello, my friend. Welcome back.
I'm sorry, Beckett.
I don't think there's anything to be sorry about exactly, but you're back, and your lovely lady is back, and that's what matters. So, yes, we, this might sound presumptuous of me to say, but you and I, we were, we did everything together before. We were the talkers, the deal makers, the charlatans. I was a bit of a face for the old group, and you were always there to back me up and distract and that sort of thing.
That doesn't seem like me.
You're in the zone of truth.
He's not in it.
I actually am not.
Oh,
Hi,
you
buddy.
bitch.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah. He says, well, we did a lot of good work back then, a lot of deals that could have gone south. We fixed them, or we, fixed the bastards that were going to turn against us. But and Sala interrupts. She says, you two were like brothers. Annoying brothers. And Beckett sort of puffs, and he's like, well, sputters, and like old English man, just like, how dare, the nerve, the cheek.
I would like to imagine that he just says that.
Yeah.
Like out
No,
loud
he
over
does.
and
He
over.
absolutely does. He's like the fucking, if y'all have ever read the Redwall books, he's a fucking
Yes.
long patrol hair who's like, what? And all
Oh
that.
my god, I
Yeah.
fucking love that character.
Yeah, that's Beckett.
I love that.
He's a long patrol hair. But yeah, Beckett sort of sputters and is just like, well, how dare, indeed. We did you so many favors, Sala, how dare. And she just shakes her head. She's like, oh my god, it's like I never left. Anyway, yeah, you two were usually a package deal out on runs and missions. But and she motions to Mikhail, and she says Mikhail was sort of the kind of a treasurer, kind of a bookkeeper. He didn't go out into the field very much. Gwyn was sort of a second in command, but also muscle. I was the sneaky one. And she motions toward Ross. She says, Ross was kind of a jack of all trades, but you and he did a lot of good work together. And she looks at Ross. She says, I don't know if you want to share your specialty with him now. And Ross shrugs, says, yeah, sure. I was one of Tristan's assassins, for lack of a better word. I took care of the big problems. Took care of a lot of trouble you got yourself into, Christmas.
Strangely, I give him a knowing look as I say this next part.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you're probably in the best position to answer this question that I have then.
Imagine I am.
I'm going to pull out a stack of notes from one of my pockets. These. You probably can't see them. It's the small notes.
No, not at all. Oh, the like shreds of notes and
The
like
little
back and
shredded
forth?
ones.
Yeah.
I have at this point put them in chronological order as best as I can imagine they are meant to be. And I'm going to hand him one that says this.
Down.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to read it out loud for the whole table to hear.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I pull it out, and it says, "No one gets out without my say-so. You think you can mess up my business, kill my men, steal my wife, get off scot-free? She's on the chopping block, and you're next, Scald." It's from our good friend TK. And my question to you, Ross, is, did I ever kill anyone?
I mean, we all have. You probably less so than a lot of us. I probably got the bloodiest hands here. But,
Can I self-roll something for Christmas real quick?
sure.
Cool. This is a Constitution check. Nat 20.
Okay, yeah.
He's fine. For now.
Okay. Ross leans back in his chair a bit. He's very casual and comfortable. He doesn't have a lot of tells of what he's really thinking. He says, I remember being there when Tristan wrote that. He was sending me after you. Told him to go fuck himself.
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check.
Hard to read.
What'd you get?
I got an 8.
He seems completely honest.
Should have saved that nat 20. That's okay.
Says, obviously you don't really remember anything, but, I don't know if friend's the word, but, we had each other's back. You helped me with a lot of my work, I helped you with a lot of yours, got you out of a lot of trouble. And, I trusted you. And I hope you trusted me, but obviously we don't know at this point. I'm here, not for any of these guys, but for you. I wanted to make sure you were okay. Especially since you got mixed back up with her. And he looks at Sala. I mean, you're a dead man either way if Tristan finds you, but with her around, it's gonna come faster.
So I look over at Sala and I say,
She seems ashamed as Ross says that.
so if I'm inferring everything correctly, you were married to Tristan?
Am, technically.
Oh. Condolences. I guess.
And she looks across to Ross and says, I didn't ask for any of this to happen, Ross. Says, no, I'm not saying you did. I mean, the heart wants what the heart wants, right? But, man, you were married to the wrong guy to go fuck around with a guy like that.
I don't think that's necessarily fair to blame her for that.
Again, not blaming. Just saying it's, unfortunate. I care about these people, but I also have had to deal with a lot of shit because of them. So you can understand if I'm a little, cold. And Magda, actually, make me an insight or a perception check, whichever you prefer.
Probably. No, I'll make an insight check. Unnatural 20.
You notice he keeps glancing at Lorcan. Just occasionally you'll see his eyes dart over, and then he'll immediately go back to who he was talking to.
Okay, I'll sit on that.
If you all don't mind filling in just another few gaps for me. And I'll take another one of these scraps of papers that's like folded up.
Mm-hmm.
And then like throwing a playing card, I'm gonna throw it over towards Beckett. This is from Sala. It says, everything's in place and our crew is ready. Cases on the 3rd floor. Dark cherry box.
And Beckett grabs it with a couple talons and looks at it. He says, oh, yes, this was, I don't think some of you know about this particular job, but it's no secret necessarily. I think I remember this one. This was one of our last sort of handoffs before everything went wrong. In fact, I think this was one of the ones that you had started to steal from Tristan on. We had a supplier bringing in residuum, and they dropped it for us. Sala knew where it was, and you were the one going to pick it up. We needed someone charming to get into the building. We couldn't send one of our usual runners.
What's the name of that supplier?
Name of the supplier? I don't know. Mikhail? And he looks over and you see Mikhail has, he's been like tinkering with a couple things in front of him, like still working even after hours, but you see him reach into a bag hanging off the side of his chair and he pulls out a very thick journal full of extra sheets of paper. He flips it open, puts this little tiny pair of glasses on his face and flips through. You can see it's all encoded and in Thunar, much like Sala's, but a different code. He says, the supply was, well, it came from a refinery that originally got it from a mine. One of our insiders, a friend of ours, was skimming residuum. That's what they did, and he dropped it off for us. And we picked it up and delivered it. Or, well, we were going to deliver it, but Christmas and Sala did away with it. I don't know where it went after that.
Walter was selling to or buying from? Okay.
Buying from because residuum is much easier to get in the Feywild.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Sala speaks up. She says, we divided it up and sold it off. We were stockpiling money to basically split off from Jade Street.
I'm gonna, because I'm right there, I'm gonna just kind of lob another one. They're all folded into like playing card shape, basically the notes at this point.
Okay.
Just gonna lob another one so it lands on the table in front of Gwen.
Uh-huh.
This one is from TK.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck were you? We lost 4 and the catch. Come to the break immediately. What's the break?
The break was the name of a sort of chasm that showed up a long time ago, long before our times. It split a major road, and a bridge was built over it. We used to use some overhangs lower in the break and the cave system as a meeting point. Our main, I guess, headquarters, if you want to call it that, was on Jade Street, but our main place away from town was in the break. A lot of silence here.
That's because the next question's tough.
Yeah.
What happened after Tristan found out?
And you see Ross, Beckett, and Mikhail all look towards Sala. And Sala sort of, her head dips a little bit, and Gwen puts a hand over hers, says, that mission with the cash, it was a big order that we were running, one that already had some heat on it. And we lost a few people when we were jumped by a Modathelian guard. I think a dozen of them. Most of us managed to get away, but Tristan was there, fighting at the front of it all. And I still really don't know why, but you weren't there. You were supposed to be. But after that, he sent you the message, and then someone, I think Tane was angry at you. His sister died in that fight. He told Tristan about you and Sala. And Tristan was going to send Ross and a couple of others to hunt you down, and Sala. Between the loss of a cache that was worth almost our entire treasury and the loss of 4 important people, Tristan wanted your head. And then he found out about Sala and you, and it was all he could think about, was getting the 2 of you. They caught Sala at some point, and Tristan was going to... He was going to kill her in front of the entire gang as an example. And as I understand it, the reason he got a hold of her is because Josen, who we thought was on our side, Josen tricked her into walking right into Tristan's hands. Because Tristan had Josen's daughter. And then after that, I mean, I think you have a note in there from me, if you still have it, but...
I flip it on the table in front of her.
Yeah. This one says, I got 5 to defect and join me. TK's raging. You need to get out and never come back. You've already done so much for us. I'll find you someday when TK's dealt with. We'd love to have you back. We'll look for Sala, so you just need to focus on surviving. Be safe, GH. Gwyn nods and says, Brennan and I mostly, we took who we could and got out of there. I'm still not entirely sure. How Sala got out. I thought for the longest time that she was dead, and that looking for her was useless, but... And she looks down at Sala, who is now kind of leaning on her shoulder. We all fled the Maudathelian to the Realm Gate, and thankfully someone there was a friend of ours, and they opened the gate for us. And they snuck us through. And she... What?
Oh, who is that friend?
And she looks over at Beckett and says, Beckett is a longtime member of the Guild of the Gate. It was his commanding officer.
Let me guess. A man by the name of Walter Brents?
No.
Surprising.
Beckett speaks up. He says, no, I am a chaser, rather decorated one, in fact, not to brag. But, no, I have a few friends and commanding officers who are rather kind, and a couple of more dubious morals who were happy to help as long as they got a small cut, but were also able to be relied upon. I don't know, should I reveal that? And he looks at the others, and Ross shrugs, and Mikhail kind of gives him a look like maybe not. And Beckett looks across at Sala and then at Christmas and says, oh, fuck it, you'll find out eventually. Anyway, the friend, commanding officer, shall we say, was Miss Molinak. She's a rather old friend.
Was she aware of your involvement with Tristan?
I don't think she was aware specifically of that, but she was aware that I was doing something for the good of the guild, which technically it was.
Beckett, you wouldn't be like a fan of Miss Monarch, would you?
I quite like her, yes. She's rather wonderful.
I'm gonna hold out a hand just so that no one freaks out. I'll just reach in and very, very slowly pull out my Molinarch ace.
His eyes, like already big owl eyes, just get massive. He's like, that is gorgeous. And he reaches down to his hip and he pulls out his own Molinarch ace. Says, but mine is prettier.
I think we're all missing the very...
I don't know about that, The veneer ones are a lot better.
The veneer in an entirely separate branch. You can't compare a Molinarch to a veneer. That's like comparing a a Grim to a San. It doesn't work that way.
I think we're glossing over the very real implication here that you involved one of the Obsidian Collective in some highly illegal shit.
That is why she did not know what I was up to.
Great. Wonderful. If this gets out, there's going to be an upheaval.
Well, that's why it's not going to get out, Miss Magda.
It might. We don't know.
It is not going to get out, Miss Magda.
All right. Okay.
Very forced smile.
I think he's fun.
Thank you. I worked hard on him.
All right. Well, Mr. Brents, I'm sure you know of him, yeah? Walter Brents. Walter
Dine. He looks at or as soon as you say Walter Dine, he's like, oh yes, the very serious, very dark fellow. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I worked with him on a few occasions back then, not since. But
he's also a customer of Tristan's.
Yes.
Great. Glad. Okay, we have that all confirmed.
We
and everything.
think that's how he knows where I am. We've had a couple of run-ins with Mr. Dine.
Oh, shit. I did not make that connection.
Yeah. Is he... Now, from what you know about him, is he just a guy trying to sell shit? Or because that's what he makes it out to be, and obviously we know that's not the case.
Mr. Dine is... Well, the last I knew of him, it's been a while, you understand.
Been a while.
The last time I ran with him was probably in, oh good lord, what year is it?
It's 501.
495, 496, before all the shit hit the fan. I love hearing a cocky British man curse. Says, we never talked much about personal things, you see. He was not well, I did most of the talking. I can imagine you're not surprised by that, but...
When did you start working with him? That's what I'm more interested in.
Well... I'm not exactly a spring chicken, so I think I was already there by the time he joined us. I knew his wife briefly, very painfully briefly.
Do you know anything about a incident at Barrow in the
Yes.
Were you there?
I was not there, no. If I had been there, you can bet I would have died. No. I'm not much of a fighter, per se, and he kind of shows off the Molinar Ace again. He's like, I prefer to keep a good, long distance, preferably vertically.
This guy is giving me, like, some hardcore Winnie the Pooh vibes.
Thank you.
But, like, not any of the character... Oh, no, Owl. Yep, it's Owl.
That was, literally the point.
Yeah.
Says, no, I was not on the Barrow mission. It was, so Barrow was this little frontier town. Amadithelion and Inverlos and a couple of other small cities were spreading out little hamlets into the wilds to try to tame them down and make more room for people, you see. Most of the Feywild is very, well, wild. So they sent sort of pioneer teams, frontier teams out to settle the place. And the Guild of the Gate, who was also helping with this mission, sent some people to help protect it. And once they were settled, they sent research teams out to better understand the local area, which I believe Mr. and Mrs. Dine were part of. Barrow was unfortunately at the foot of some very treacherous mountains full of caverns. And apparently in these caverns were many Fomorians hiding from the eyes of the Sealy Court and Mortethelion. And Mr. Dine's team, while they were out around Barrow studying and making sure the area was safe, ran across a group. The Fomorians were rather unmerciful, slaughtered most of the team, Mrs. Dine included, unfortunately. Mr. Dine, I remember visiting him while he was still healing. I'm shocked he survived at all. In fact, I'm fairly certain he wouldn't have, if not for some of our healers getting to him rather quickly.
Did that seem to affect anything that Mr. Dine did afterwards?
Oh, of course, yes. He is still a chaser. He still does work for the guild, but his dedication to the guild, it sort of fell away. It became a job, not a way of life for him anymore.
Well, that's the thing, is that I'm struggling to understand why a decorated chaser would end up being a smuggler and a supplier of residuum for all manner of civil war, essentially, down here in Frosthold.
Well, I can't speak exactly to his motives, but I can say that, well, it's been about 12 years since then. The first few years he spent traveling around the world as much as he could, trying to find people to help him. In fact, he spent nearly an entire year begging at Pyvale Temple for someone to help him.
With what?
To get his wife back. Eventually, he gave up on other people, and that is sort of where I lost track of him, maybe in about 495 or so. And I understand since Amelia's death, he has also worked with Veneer Arms. He had some sort of in through a member of the guild. They put in a good word for him, which is not surprising considering a member of the Obsidian Collective is in the guild. But,
I guess then that means... I guess that could be a motive, couldn't it? He wants to make as much money as possible to possibly resurrect her, because it isn't cheap.
I suppose.
But that doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, if that were the thing, wouldn't he just be using the residuum to do it instead of selling it?
Yeah, that's a fair point. And he's a chaser. He has connections to people.
It's rather sad. He did reach out to, I believe her name is Roan Nile More I don't fucking remember.
Yeah.
Roan. That bitch.
Kelladir's person.
Kelladir's bearer.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
Let me grab a thing. Nova Armin. Roan More Nile. Beckett says he did manage to get Captain Arabelle's attention, and he used a lot of good favor with the guild to get the attention of Lady Roan. And he asked her if she would dedicate Kelladir the following year to bringing Amelia back. and I understand that Lady Roan respectfully declined.
Is that just because she felt it wasn't a worthy cause, or was there a wait list or something?
When you are
I don't know how it works.
when you are the bearer of one of very few artifacts in the world that can, without issue, resurrect anyone, even with no body, you're in rather high demand. And Lady Roan, Lady Caladir, I imagine, must very carefully choose who they bring back, because if you just bring back anyone, then everyone else gets angry.
But, I mean, she was a respected researcher. She was important, and she had the backing of another collective member.
Well, not exactly.
In a roundabout way.
Mr. Dine is a respected chaser now, but back when Amelia died, they were only a few missions into their career. She was a junior archivist. He was a junior chaser.
Okay.
It's a difficult thing. If you bring back someone who, unfortunately, is just not that important in the grand scheme of things, then everyone wants you to bring someone back.
It seems a little unfair isn't the word, but
It's
subjective.
It is extremely subjective, but as I understand it, Lady Caladir brings back people that... She doesn't just bring back people that others like. She doesn't just bring back the unfortunate, those who died from sickness and were leaders of something. She brings back people who were making a real difference. People whose work was unfinished, and she can only choose one a year. It has to be very carefully vetted by the entire collective.
All right. I mean, but obviously somewhere in there, after he was rejected, his sights set somewhere else. Because, like Noah said, he could just use the residuum to...
Well, he would need a really powerful caster who already knew how to do it.
But again,
And
if
Rather
he...
rare ability.
The Obsidian Collective is probably some of the only people in the world that can do those sort of things.
Yes. And, well, if it helps at all, I believe he's been spending most of his time in Frosthold in recent years. I don't know if that says anything.
Y'all don't think that he could be trying to make a power move, do you?
What do you mean?
Man wants his wife back, gets denied. Seems to me that ever since then he's just been trying to gather power.
Or...
He has been sort of trying to collect the favor of all of the Arcanists here.
Uh-huh.
Fuck. He wants to take down the Obsidian Collective is what he wants to do. If he creates enough civil war down here that the Collective fucks up and he gets all of the Master Arcanists to be on his side, that's going to ruin the entire reputation. He already has dirt on Arabelle. Like, if they handle this poorly down here with the GWC, we already got, what's his ass? What is his name?
Veneer.
No, it wasn't Veneer.
Oh.
Who was...
Sokolov?
Yeah, Sokolov, who is like really in with Roan. I have to. Shit, I'm on the Zone of Truth, aren't I?
That ended like 20 minutes ago.
Did it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We've been
doesn't last
talking
that
in
long.
real time the whole time.
Okay.
I just let it go because
Was it Roan that he was in with?
Yep, it's his bow.
Yeah. He's really in with Roan, and we just had her sanction a whole GWC kerfuffle down here. I think that he's trying to fuel the fire to get them to fuck up somehow. Maybe that's not his total objective, but I think that could be something.
Ross speaks up here. He says, I don't know. I think the GWC is doing a pretty good job of fucking itself up, but I heard about that mess. A bunch of, not my words, bunch of idiots from out of town made a big stink up in Turi sauce.
No, we're idiots. Don't worry, that's accurate.
yeah, I wasn't with the group at the time.
We would have been a bigger group of idiots if he was.
Yeah, I'm aware you're a pretty new addition. But, yeah, I heard about that. I heard Sokolov was equal parts reprimanded and rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
Reprimanded mostly by the AMC, sort of congratulated mostly by the collective. They supported what he did, even though they thought he should have gone about it a different way.
Yeah, and that has sort of fueled a bit of tension down here with all of them.
Yeah.
But also, beforehand, Walter was funding both sides, supplying both sides. He was supplying both the native tribes in the area, and he was supplying the GWC.
Yeah.
If y'all can't tell, Magda really doesn't like this Walter fellow.
Christmas, I'm not doing this just because I don't like him, okay? I'm doing it because there's something there. Like, there's a reason this man, and he is the reason that Tristan even knows where you are. It's important.
There's too many coincidences.
Exactly.
Ross leans forward on the table, sort of in your direction, Magda. He says, why do you care? What's your stake in all this?
Zone of Truth.
Do you recast it?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, 17.
I also have more questions after this. Cool. So you roll a 17, and let me just real quick double check cutting words here, because I think I can use it on saving throws as well.
Oh god.
Can't use it on saving throws, so you are good.
I fail.
Larkin succeeds. Ross is yet again unaffected.
Okay. Everyone else willingly fails? Okay, gotcha.
I am just a concerned Atlaran mercenary company employee.
Make a deception check.
That's a 7.
As you say
all of
that,
us noticed.
As you say that, Ross has a moment where he's just looking at you, and then he smiles.
You didn't
Yeah,
even
sure.
beat my passive insight, and it's only 9.
I know. I have a -1 to charisma. It's not good. I can't lie.
Well, as a concerned Atlaran mercenary, congratulations. You ought to know, all of you ought to know. You're a little off on what Walter's up to.
Well, if you'd like to enlighten us, go right ahead.
I've been following Walter for a while. In between looking for that asshole, and he points at Christmas.
I love this like private investigator thing he's got going on.
Yeah, he kind of does.
Fedora.
Yeah.
Kind of does. He says,
I've been tailing the guy for a bit.
Yeah. 1987, New York
Yep.
City.
for the past few years now, he's been pretty focused on Frosthold. A couple places specifically. Anybody got a map? And he looks over the table, and Mikhail slides a map out. Very rough map. And I'll actually take you guys to the world map if you care to know the things. Or the continental map, rather.
I also was thinking, like, maybe it's a Full Metal Alchemist situation, and he is doing, like, a transmutation circle or something.
Oh my god. To bring a Larka back.
In
God.
front of all of you, he says he's been focused here, where the Blue Shore tribe is. He's been focused about here, near the mouth of near the origin of the Bow River.
That's where the mine is.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me check the other places.
Ooh, what's Chanel Town? What do they have there?
Channel Town.
Really good fashion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, if it was Chanel, it'd be only one end.
oh okay. Like Chanel Town.
They're all fabulously dressed there.
Yes.
And they
He
smell
also
great.
Yeah.
he also points to Hold on, god damn it. Where the fuck is it? Okay. Also about here, just south of Ansu's.
Question.
Hold on, I need to focus. Wait. Okay. Blue Shore, Ansu's, origin of the Bow River, and about here, just east of Urus. But I've also noticed he's been spending a lot of time in Awas.
Question for the DM.
Yeah.
When I was rolling through Ansus into Jera, were there any like significant
Yera.
Yera. It's pronounced Jira. Thank you very much. When I was
I know
coming
where you
through
live.
Ansus into Yera, were there any significant conflicts in the area?
Other than Jack pissing off the local nobles and government, not so much.
Okay.
But that's kind of just what he does. No, the biggest issue you noticed in Ansu's was, well, it was a little bit of a kerfuffle, but more of a social one. South of town, a bit off the road, there's a landmark known as Ansu's Henge, rather. It is an ancient sort of Stonehenge structure, like what you saw outside of Manas, that has been around since the Age of Frost. Ansu's is in its immediate area is dealing with a lot of deforestation, and because of that, the Ansu's Henge is a little further east near the river. Because of that, the river is eating up the land and eroding it near the Henge, and the nobles don't care, whereas the locals, and especially the Giri, any Monomar, Dulmarig transplants from Amnobalin, and blue orcs, frost kobolds, anybody kind of native to the area or of that same culture, they're desperately trying to get somebody to do something to save the henge. That is one of the causes that Jack kind of champions, because the people care about it. You do know from Jack that the people have been trying to plant trees there to try to shore up the ground, but people keep coming and destroying them. Like they want Ansu's henge to collapse.
Is that something that we all know, or is that just something that Christmas knows?
Being that none of you are from Frosthold, it's not exactly like common worldly knowledge.
Okay.
Magda probably knows. She's passed through Ansu's. But yeah, Ross points out the 5 locations. He says he visits Awaz pretty consistently, though the thing with the Master Arcanist is still pretty new. I don't know exactly what he's doing there.
So we know that there are problems going on at the Bow River with the mine. And we know that they're having problems with the Awaz tree. And we know that they're having problems with the Blue Shore tribe. Not to mention, didn't you guys say that you found an Earthblood fountain out there?
Close by, yeah.
That's pretty par for the course. The Blue Shore tribe's lands contains one of those ley line crossroads. Earthblood fountains pop up all the time out there.
So I guess my question is, what's going on at these other 2 places? That might have been a little bit of metagaming.
What?
Not necessarily.
Because I'm writing down like what's going on at these places to try to figure out, because it's so I'll do it in character. So my thought is like, if he's finding places and causing problems or helping the problems along, then he could be like what Magda was talking about, causing more unrest amongst everybody. And also keeping some of the Obsidian Collective busy, because there are people down here, part of them are already down here trying to fix some of these things.
Well, and 2, if he destroys some of like the old like infrastructure and the old like native things on the continent, that makes way for more progress, and that makes way for him to make more money. Spreading that like with veneer and everything. Like he's up to fucking something. You're on the right track. Like he's on.
Magda's lost her accent for some reason.
Sorry,
No, it's okay.
You did it out of character, and so then I was like, yeah. I think you're right. I think like he's intentionally messing with the Awaz tree and all of that. And I think he might be using that to manufacture some connections between the Arcanists too, because that's something collectively that the Arcanist has been working on, is saving the Awaz tree.
I mean, he's keeping them busy.
Gwen speaks up and says, I don't know if this is of any help. I mean, I'm from Nobelin, but the culture here is much like mine. The Awaz tree is older than any of the henges, any of the old landmarks. It is a symbol of Ursan's connection to this world. There's a reason it's called an anchor tree. It was his place of power, the place people went to meet him back before the dissolution. And people would bring the ashes of their dead here to give them to Ursan to spread over the continent so that they would rejoin with the world. And she looks down at the map to these like points that Ross has placed. She says, Uruz, this is where the Uruz henge is. That is where the Ansu's henge is. This place
What do these henges represent?
Well, like the one outside of Manas, which I assume you all saw, they are major crossroads of multiple ley lines. The most powerful intersections.
Oh, you guys, I'm getting some hardcore Ghostbusters vibes right now.
They are ley lines. I am not a caster so much. I know a few things, but as I understand it, ley lines are the arteries of the earth. They are where the power flows strongest, the magic's inherent in the world. And in Frosthold, if it follows the same rules as the trees, the anchor trees on the other continents, the Eowa's tree sits on the heart of all ley lines on the continent. And it has lines connecting to every other anchor tree.
So what would happen if that tree were to die completely? Would we be cut off from magic? Entirely?
Shit. Oh my god.
I'm not even sure I want to think about that.
I'd take out my sending scroll.
Okay.
And I'm going to begin writing something to Kit, because I have some questions.
Okay. Yeah, Gwen seems disturbed by that question. She says, I don't know what it would do with magic. But when you say that, I worry about the effects it would have on death.
Well, I've heard about the tree up in Amnoblin, and that just kind of houses the Monomaric, doesn't it?
The tree in the Monomaric.
Oh, it's in there.
Yeah, it was the tree that Kenna stabbed the Oxtide into.
That's the source of power for to keep all of them asleep.
That tree it's a bit special. It serves a lot of purposes. It's Atlaran's tree. Or no, not Atlaran's tree. Whose tree is it? Is it Senna's? I don't remember. Hold on.
I can't remember.
Tree.
It's somebody's tree. It's either Senna's or Atlaran's, but I think Atlaran's is in Irakel. Hers is the big tree that you guys saw Tomo near. I'm pretty sure the one in the Monomaric is Senna's tree. I will, I'm going to make that canon right now. I'll fix it later in my other shit if I have to. Yeah. The one in the Monomaric is, it helps protect the Malandrada. It's the source of the shield around the Monomaric. But it's that one's different. It is the anchor tree of the goddess of magic. So I imagine if something happened to it, it would be an issue with magic itself. But I don't know what would happen if the tree of death died.
Oh, yeah.
I think we can start connecting the dots, though, because if he's been trying to get back someone who died, he might see this as a way.
Maybe he believes that he can pull someone back from the astral sea then.
Or he's hoping, or he's thinking that if he can't have her back, nobody should be able to get anyone back.
Or if death is the only thing keeping the two of them apart, if he just simply destroys death, they can be freely together again.
I mean,
I got a quicker method.
That can't happen though. Even though Ursun is on the other side of the Divine Gate, we still have Fearin, we still have Dolthair and the other Titans, we still have the Reapers. He's not going to be able to do that.
Not right now, maybe.
And
He gets enough people together.
Gwyn looks across to the only person who doesn't look disturbed, which is Ross. And she looks at him and says, "Why do I feel like you've figured some of this out?"
Yeah, do you want to stop being coy?
Ross shrugs. He says, I've seen a lot of shit, and nothing really surprises me anymore.
Great. Well, if you would like to start telling us some of the answers instead of watching us sit here babble like idiots and saying the wrong things for an hour.
Magda, make me another perception check. I'll say with advantage.
Perception? Because last time I did insight.
Do perception.
With advantage. No. 12.
Having noticed Ross constantly glancing at Lorcan, at some point you look at Lorcan and realize he's been silent pretty much this entire time, staring at Ross.
All right. You two. What's up? What's going on?
Ross looks at Lorcan, shrugs. Lorcan looks mildly disturbed. So do you all, but yeah.
If you didn't eat the dust, it wouldn't get stuck in your face.
Idiot.
Noah, where the hell did that come from?
He just drops the axe and is like, "Hey, shut the fuck up."
While you guys are talking about this, you hear a small pop and the letter is gone.
Okay.
And all of the gang members' heads turn to Noah immediately. And Gwen says, "What was that?"
Oh, I was just sending a letter with some questions to Mr. Kit of the Obsidian Collective.
Nothing to do with us, I hope.
Oh, no. No, none whatsoever. It's mostly just about this Walter guy.
I
All right.
want to see if Christmas is smart enough to put together what's happening right now with Lorcan and...
What do you think is happening?
He's Fae. Ross is Fae.
I think there's they know each other.
I think not only they know each other, but I think that he has some, arch-Fae connections and might be Atlaran himself.
He looks human.
He does. Those eyes,
Christmas can make an insight check. I would say I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
Because Ross
Foostrak
is familiar to you.
Foostrak is just watching all of this and just ready in case something happens.
Yeah, things are getting tense.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 2 and a 19.
Hey!
So that means
Min-max?
23.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Next.
Christmas, as you glance at Lorcan and then back at Ross, there's a split second where it's not a memory of something that happened, but a name pops into your head. Robin.
Oh, no. I know exactly who this is.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, I know mythologically who that is.
Yeah. Noah has no idea.
Well, you all can make history checks if you... Or no, he hasn't said it.
Yeah,
Never
he
mind.
hasn't said anything.
Never mind.
So.
I'd like to make that history check, though.
Sure.
17.
In all of the history, like what you would consider scholarly, you've got nothing. But you do remember, as a very young boy, back when you would just consume books about the Feywild. And occasionally one of your parents would buy you a storybook as like a little gift. You remember reading about the adventures of a man who took many, many different shapes and forms, but his name was always the same. Puck. Robin Goodfellow.
My kitty.
Yep, your kitty.
And you mostly read about him as Puck. And he was always described as a shapeshifter, but no matter what form he took, his mischievous eyes would glow green and his hair would burn red.
Cool.
And you are looking at a pale, human-looking man, some good stubble going on. His hair, where it's shaved short, is black, but on the top is this bright crimson with these glowing green eyes. And you remember this person is as much a friend to you as a threat.
Cool. I show none of that.
No, you two need to start talking. I have seen you two making eyes at each other this entire time.
He's not really my type.
I look at Lorcan.
Lorcan doesn't seem to have really heard much of what you said.
Lorcan?
Lorcan, you're good,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. What?
You
Good?
You're good, right?
How
You're
do you
good?
know
You
him?
okay?
How do you know him?
Oh, And he glances around everybody else there, and Ross smiles.
I drop.
Mm-hmm.
I drop Zone of Truth.
I'm pretty sure it would already be gone by this point. But
Probably. If it's up, I drop it.
Ross smiles, says, "Go ahead, Lorcan. I don't mind if they know." And Lorcan nods, says, this is Puck.
Do I know?
Make a history check with advantage. Anybody who
Can I make
wants
one?
to.
Does
Anybody
it
who
advantage
wants-
for me?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's kind of a famous figure.
God, I rolled a 5 and a 3.
Yep, I rolled a 2 and a 4, so 7.
Yeah, I'm
I
like
rolled
9.
double 14s, and that gives me a 13.
So I get advantage anyway when it's about Fae.
You don't stack advantage.
Ah, damn, okay.
It's not a
I want
thing.
to roll until I get what I want.
But
Yeah.
How long have you been playing D&D? How long?
But I will say
It was worth a shot!
even with your low rolls, Puck is famous enough that you at least have some inkling. You are looking at a major archfey. Like a little ways under Titania, major archfey. But he does not look a thing like you would expect him to. He looks like a guy.
He's like Oberon's right-hand guy.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Foostrak would recognize him as being a threat or not.
I will say that in my lore stuff, Puck is not necessarily close with anybody else in the Sealy Court. He is known more as... He's a guy who does things in return for other things. And while he does technically serve Titania, he is not considered like an officer of hers. And he does work with Oberon, but he's not like Oberon's man or anything. Yeah.
Okay. What's your history then with each other?
Well, I mean, I assume you gotta know something about him. We've known each other, well, I mean, I knew his mom. Knew her mom and hers. Been around a long time. I've, didn't necessarily watch Lorcan grow up, but I was around. And, I'll take credit for being the one to introduce him and Nolan to the Queen. Only because Petrata asked, but, you know.
Who's Petrata?
Lorcan's mother.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Do you know any... No, go on.
Puck Ross, looking at Lorcan, says, I don't know how crazy she'd be about that new haircut. And Lorcan looks away. And Ross nods and says, then again, you've been missing a long time, buddy.
Yeah, do you know anything about that?
Oh yeah, I know all about it. Maybe not where he's been, but I know why he's gone, why he was gone.
You wanna enlighten us?
He was exiled.
For what?
And he looks at Lorcan. And Lorcan sort of looks back at him expectantly. And Puck pulls back a little and says, that's concerning. It's no secret that I work for the Queen. I watched a lot of shady stuff happen around Lorcan and Nolan. Poor kids got caught up in a lot of shitty stuff. But Lorcan... Sealy Court really wasn't too big on his change. Kind of hypocritical if you ask me. But Hearsome especially wasn't too happy. And Lorcan also happened to be the most convenient scapegoat for Hearsome and his less savory activities. I don't know the full depth of it. Still working on that. Have been for a century, but I have reason to believe, no proof, solid proof yet that I can show Titania, but I have reason to believe that Hearsome had some kind of deal with the Fomorians. Something to make him look good and something to give the Fomorians a better foothold in our territory. And when the Queen found out about it, Hearsome was able to frame Lorcan. Tried to frame Nolan too, but the Queen didn't believe him on that one. And so, out of respect for the service that Lorcan had already provided for the court, they decided not to execute him on the spot. Also thanks to some particular begging from Petrata and a couple other people, Nolan included, which you see Lorcan look confused at that Nolan would beg for his life. And Ross shrugs and says, the Queen decided to offer him a little bit of mercy and not kill him, just strip him of all his power and cast him out. If he ever enters the Feywild again, his life is forfeit.
Shit.
Yep.
As for what's been happening to him since, I have no fucking clue.
You don't know anything about a mysterious hand reaching through a doorway,
No, wait, hold
pushing him
on.
out.
Hold on. Just say that again, but pretend that you're listening to you and have no context whatsoever.
My god. Okay, fine. So he was dropped on a doorstep by a literal tear in reality with a mysterious, pale, gross, nasty hand shoving him out with a bunch of bangles and shit on it. That's all we know. And that was the person who sheared his ears off and cut all of his hair off too. We thought for a while it was Titania, but
No.
yeah.
It's interesting.
Cool.
What do you, what else do you know about this thing?
I don't know. It might be connected to... It's probably connected to some other entity that I've been looking for that I thought was Lorcan, but isn't. Is demonic in nature. Presents themselves as a pile of bugs, maggots, lava. I don't know if any of that rings any bells.
No, it's starting to.
What do you mean starting to?
I remember after Lorcan was unceremoniously thrown out, I wasn't supposed to, but I kept a little bit of an eye on him.
Okay.
And I remember the moment he arrived in Atlaran, these insects kept following him. In fact, Lorcan's thing was always Luna moths, so at first I kind of dismissed it, like, oh, you picked up some new friends in a new world, but no, they were like beetles and flies. And then one day, I went to check on Lorcan. He was up in the mountains west of Fjalheim. And I went to where he was sort of camping out. And he was just gone. The only thing I found there were a bunch of dead flies. And, I remember feeling something weird there, like space had been disrupted. Sort of a similar feeling after a portal closes.
And you lost track of him again for another 100 years, then?
I occasionally caught wind of him, but I could never catch up to him. I haven't seen his face since then, but occasionally I'd hear of him popping up in different places, but he seemed to stick around Garrett Eldathos, and then maybe a decade, maybe a little bit less back. He started running around the East Ring in Amnoblin.
Yeah. That was because of someone I knew.
Who?
An old friend decided to mess with things that he didn't quite understand.
I
and
would
burnt
love a
him.
name if you got one.
Callum Wright.
And he reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out this little black pocketbook and drops down the
Absolutely a
name.
PI.
Little black book.
Robin Goodfellow, PI.
And he tucks it back into his jacket and says, Callum Wright. Got it.
You know of him?
No, but I'm about to.
He's honestly, I don't think he has much to do with any of it.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he had no fucking clue what he was doing, but you'd be surprised what know-nothings can tell you about some of this crazy shit. I think we're dealing with something beyond our usual ken here. I've been across the Feywild and the Shadowfell and Atlaran. I've been around for a while. And this isn't like anything I've come across before.
I'm gonna put a hand on Gwen's shoulder. Christmas isn't looking too great right now. Because it's like 3 a.m. Do you... I don't feel much like heading back to the island tonight. Do you have a place I can just go lay down?
This is the safest place, where no one will be able to reach you, but, I do... And she looks toward Mikhail, and he nods. He says, I do have a guest room if you'd like to be more comfortable. Otherwise, I can bring things down here for you.
I'll take the room.
And Mikhail stands up, gathers whatever is on the table that belongs to him, says, follow me, I'll show you. He takes you up into the shop and then to the second floor and shows you to a little guest room.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a little bit of time just like going over my journal, filling in some blanks there, and being a little disappointed at how many blanks there still are.
Yeah. Down in the basement, after Christmas leaves, Ross stands up from his seat and says, I think I should probably take off too. People are going to be wondering where I am.
We need to stay in contact.
Don't you mortals have means of doing that?
I guess. Although,
If you really want me back, Magda, you can just call out my name.
yeah, don't. That feels a little gross, but all right.
Thank you. It was meant to dissuade you. And he turns and heads for the door.
One question before you leave, if I may.
Sure, Foostrak.
Why Tristan? You're incredibly powerful. Why pal around and work for that asshole?
Tristan?
Yeah.
Well, I would love to tell you it's for fun in games. But these past years, I haven't had a lot of time for my old tricks and fun. He's was and still is a little bit of a concerning figure. Before all this shit hit the fan, it was his connections and the side projects he had that I was keeping an eye on. A lot of that residuum that passes through Jade Street, or used to anyway. I guess some still does. Some of it gets skimmed off. Sometimes for extra money, you know, in Sala and Christmas's case. And then some of it gets skimmed off by people who don't exactly need more money. People like Tristan Kepler. And I was curious what he was doing with it. And lo and behold, shortly before everything fell apart, I got a little hint. He was storing it away for his own use. I believe he's using it to, for lack of a better phrase, juice himself up. Residuum can be used to replace components and spells. It can also be used to replace gems and special materials. And it can also be used for these sort of tattoos and body modifications, if you will, that make your natural body stronger and faster. And then, a couple years ago, a figure known as the Quarry Butcher popped up. A man able to rip his victims apart in the most brutal ways. In ways that normal people shouldn't be able to do. I don't know exactly what his end goal is with all this, but I do know he is making himself stronger. And he's gathering people, he's making connections, and he's working with clients like Walter Dine to just keep building.
So why not remove him from the board yourself?
I don't exactly work that way. I may be...
You seem to work that way for him.
I may be good at... Well, let me put it this way. A human or a normal Eladrin, they're no tougher than a basket of kittens for me. But people like Tristan who have magical items and casters and things I don't understand helping them, they're harder. The best way I could figure out to keep Tristan under control was to be close to him until I could figure out how to get rid of him. The few times I've tried to get rid of him, I needed a long break to recover. Thankfully, he never knew it was me. He still doesn't know it's me. But that man is, I would imagine even Oberon would have trouble with him. I imagine a lot of folks would.
just because he used residuum on himself.
Oh, well. Depends on what he's using the residuum for and who he knows. And I can tell you, Mr. Kepler has he's got a lot of friends in high and very low places. I, again, don't know the exact extent of it all. But that's what scares me most. That I can't figure him out. That's what scares the entire Sealy court. You know, I wonder if this Walter, if maybe he couldn't tell you something about Tristan. I've never been able to get any information from Walter myself. He's pretty tight-lipped. But he and Tristan have known each other for a very long time.
If he's helping Tristan, I highly doubt that he's going to just give that up willingly.
Or manipulating him.
Well, either way, if you offered something to Walter that was good enough, he might be persuaded to help you.
What?
Or
give him his wife back.
Maybe.
Or not kill him.
Only weak people give you things for free like that. If that's all you folks have, I need to be getting home.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Enjoy your lives, mortals. And he doesn't leave the room, he fades.
Well, he was delightful.
Adobe After Effect.
Right.
Well, guys, it's like the IMAX.
Crossfade.
During most of this, Beckett didn't seem surprised to know he was Robin Goodfellow. Gwyn, on the other hand, was like, what the fuck? The whole time.
The whole time.
The whole time! Yeah.
The whole time.
Oh, that's a different connotation.
The whole time, yeah.
But yeah. Beckett stands up from his seat and says, and I'm rather on a schedule myself. I have some work to do for the guild. I will be in the area if anyone should need me or need to talk a bit more. I give my regards to Christmas. I must say, I didn't know what to expect from this meeting, but I'm glad and terrified to know some of these things, and a bit disappointed that he didn't recognize me for a moment. Good night, everyone. Be well, and Miss Magda, being that we are part of the same guild, I am at your service, should you need it. Take care. And he heads up. Leaving you guys with Gwyn and Sala.
So we need to get the fuck out of town.
Yeah, we should probably do that soon.
Sala, who's still... Go ahead.
Question regarding everything that we have learned about Tristan. AMC's got a bounty out on him.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping present company excluded, of course, referring to Gwen and Sala. We may want to tell them that he is more trouble than what they think.
That might be wise. That way no mercenary goes after him and gets themselves torn apart.
We may want to talk to Tom.
Yeah, I guess we're due for a check-in with him, aren't we?
Well, and if we need to get the hell out of town, maybe we should head back to Tourist for a minute.
It's a long way back. I guess Alistair could send us somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Well...
Question. Ben.
Yeah.
You did send this message?
Yes.
To Kit, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, we can ask Alistair if maybe he can send us somewhere, but we've only got one go of where we want to go. So I think if we can send a letter to Tom and find somewhere a little bit farther away from Frosthold or from, I don't know, farther away than Turisaz, anyway. Because Christmas and Sala are in major trouble, and the farther away we can get is probably the best.
Well, and it ain't just them.
I know. And I'll kind of like glance at Gwen a little bit and glance down.
You know, I don't want to insinuate that you guys can't take care of yourselves, but if he's as much trouble as what Puck was implying,
There's no way we can fight him.
Well, y'all may want to consider either heading in an opposite direction from us or coming with.
That too.
Sala, still leaning on Gwen, she says, I'm better off leaving and not being near you guys. Tristan has a vendetta against me, and I'm worried that if he finds Chris and I in the same place, he's just going to lose his mind and not care who he hurts. I shouldn't have come here in the first place. I shouldn't have answered Chris's message. I shouldn't have let everybody know. And she looks at Gwen. I shouldn't have even told you I was around.
No, you should have, because that was the catalyst for all of this. Zelda, don't blame yourself.
It's my fault.
It's not your fault.
It is absolutely my fault.
Because you married an asshole, that's not your fault. He's the
That's
asshole.
true. Lots of people marry assholes.
It's not because I married an asshole. It's because I went and picked another man over him, and the entire Jade Street gang fell apart, and now everyone I care about is going to die.
That still isn't your fault.
Can I be in the doorway?
You came back?
Christmas couldn't sleep.
Also, you can be hanging out in the hallway.
Okay.
Because I want you to hear this.
Oh, yeah, no, he is very closely listening.
But Sala picks herself up from her spot. She says, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't even be on a continent that has any of you here. I should be lost somewhere in Garrelshell or Caladros or in the fucking Arctic or... I just wanted him back. And I was stupid enough to think that was possible.
A playing card shaped piece of paper zips through the air in Sala's direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that says, "Where did you go? You promised." And written in his own handwriting underneath it, it says, "I'm right here." And he's just standing in the doorway now, looking at her.
You smooth motherfucker.
Sala, looking down at this note, looks over at Christmas and she says, "You don't even know what you promised. You're not him."
You're right. I'm not. He ran.
It's not your promise to keep anymore. It was never a promise you could keep anyway.
Christmas, you better not be suggesting that we stick around and fight the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, I don't think you didn't hear what Puck said before he left.
I want to be as far away from that guy as humanly possible.
No one's fighting him.
Not right now.
No. No one is fighting him.
Not right now.
Not right now.
They said.
If there is one thing I know in all my years of living, at least the ones I can remember, it's that there is one thing that is more powerful than anything that Tristan can do. And that is the chaotic magic of the Feywild.
I thought you were going to say the power of love, and I was going to
Yeah, that's what we're all thinking.
I was like, you anime-ass motherfucker.
And with enough of it, I think that we can stop him. And I'm going to snap my fingers in the air. And just for show, it's not going to affect anyone, but just because it looks so fucking cool. Spirit Guardians. Just fill the room down here. And these little, like, rose fairies whose limbs look like the stems with the thorns on it and bodies are made out of, like, the petals of the rose start flitting around the room around Christmas. I couldn't do this yesterday.
So fucking theatrical.
Yeah, Bard. Me, Bard.
No, Sala is saying that.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And she watches as these little, like, fairy images float past her. You don't need to fight.
And you don't need to stay in this perpetual balance of needing to punish yourself for something you didn't do wrong.
Take her
Foostrak
advice,
coughs
Magda.
when he hears that.
Oh, yeah. Magda's really good at giving advice that she herself should take.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's
But-
intentional.
Like Magda says that, Foostrak's like,
Yeah.
Want to get that checked out, bud?
Sala
swallow berry.
Sala
Fine.
walks towards the doorway where Christmas is standing, and she walks right up to you. She's a fair bit shorter than you, but she looks you in the face and she says, I appreciate all of this. I appreciate the theatrics and the confidence and you wanting to try to be friends or whatever the hell. But you're not him. You're not my Chris. And I'm not the same Sala anyway. I don't need you to do this. You don't need to do this. He promised that one day when Tristan left us alone or he was gone, we would go back to Inverloss and we would make our own life there. You'd get into all the trouble and sing the songs and entertain people like you do, and I would finally get to do something safe, something I loved. I'd get to be an artist or a writer or whatever. And we'd just live. But that's not you. And it's not me anymore. You don't owe me anything. So, and she turns and looks back at the rest of you, Gwyn in particular, says, I need to go. I shouldn't be here. And I appreciate all of you. I really do. You're the kind of friends that I think Chris should have. But this isn't my place. And she turns back toward Christmas.
I won't stop you.
Nobody else is going to say it. It's a bunch of pretty words, but it's also a bunch of horse shit. You came halfway across the goddamn continent trying to find this fucking man. You came here and found all your fucking friends, and now you're just going to go run off again? What are you going to do? Just run for the rest of your life? That ain't no way to live. He may not be the exact man that you had before, but he's the same dude minus 5 years. Like, y'all still got a connection. Some sort.
I want that to be true. And she looks up at Christmas again. She says, I don't want to leave.
I don't want you to leave.
Why don't you stay for the night and decide in the morning? Harris, shut the fuck up. We're all exhausted. We're all working out a lot of information that was thrown at us. It might be best to look at it with fresh eyes tomorrow morning and see what you really want.
And she's still looking up at Christmas. I feel like the longer I stay, the harder it's going to be to leave.
Okay, then fucking leave then. This is a roundabout way of saying I'm exhausted and I would like to take a long nap that some would call sleep and wake up tomorrow and figure out what the fuck I want to do. So leave or don't. I don't.
As you're speaking, Gwen lays a hand on your shoulder as she's looking toward Sala. Says, Sala, please. And Christmas, you being the only one who can see Sala's face at the moment, you see her close her eyes tightly and you see tears brim. And she just says, fine. One night.
Green handkerchief. I start wiping the tears.
I hate those fucking things.
I toss it over to the ground and I grab the one that I dyed black and I start wiping her tears.
And she just takes a step forward and puts her head against your chest.
I'll give her a hug. I'll rub her back.
You do have a room at Mikhail's if you so wish. But yeah. As it's clear no more is going to be figured out for the night, Gwen sort of gently ushers you all out. And she walks with you guys back to Fallside to make sure you make it to the boats.
I'm staying.
You're staying? Okay.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Sala's gonna stick with you. But as you get back to the docks, and to the boats, Gwen is standing there, sort of off to the side, just making sure you guys make it safely. Says, I appreciate you all coming to meet with us. It's good to know there are at least a few people out there who won't kill us at the drop of a hat, and who understand how dangerous Tristan is.
Yeah, we'll work this out. It'll get worked out.
I hope so.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I need to sell my brothel.
I guess when we pick Christmas up, I can stop by and we can where are you going to go?
I don't know.
I mean, you can always come with us.
You guys want to add 2 more NPCs to your party?
I don't know. We offered for her to stay, so I don't know for her to stay.
Fucking
We just want
girlfriend.
this to be the Taiylor campaign where you just
Yeah.
play all of the characters and we just sit around. And
We
be
just
jackasses.
Yeah.
Let's just talk to myself the whole fucking time.
It's gonna be
We're your
really
live studio
awkward,
audience.
it's gonna be really awkward when that night we've talked about comes around, Taiylor, where I kill all the NPCs in their sleep, and then you don't have any characters to voice after that.
Yeah.
Then I become the narrator again.
Yep,
Yep.
exactly.
I will be free. My soul will ascend to its proper purpose.
Hey,
once more.
you're the one who creates all these NPCs. all
Yeah,
right?
but you
can
guys
end
are the
your
ones
own
who are like,
suffering.
ooh, let's take that one. Ooh, I want that one. Puppy in the window. I know, I make them so lovable. But yeah, you guys start to load onto the boats. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Gwen stops you, Magda. She like catches your hand before you step onto the boat. I wouldn't mind tagging along a little while at least. It's probably too forward. Do you want to stay with me? Just for tonight?
I look back at Lorcan. And I'm just kind of like, go.
Oh wait, no, that's well.
No,
There's
Christmas isn't there.
That's not how that would work.
Yeah, yeah.
No, Lorcan's
Unless-
like kind of like facing
Unless-
away from her, but he just go, do it.
What's
Just-
happening?
Just in case. The ship's like, why are you waving at each other?
And Lorcan's like,
Um,
nothing, shut up.
I wouldn't want you to be all by yourself with Tristan possibly in the area, I guess. So
What a
I
good cover.
I can come. I can.
Yes, you can.
I can keep watch. We can take turns keeping watch.
Yeah, you can take
No,
turns.
no. Oh god, I keep saying all the wrong things.
This entire stream has been like very serious and then all innuendos.
Yep.
Yep.
As you kind of waffle around saying yes, you see this smile just spread across her face. She says, yes, I need someone to watch my back and make sure I don't get caught off guard.
I'm very good at watching back.
She even kind of snorts a little bit at that one. But she has hold of your hand and she slowly pulls you in closer to her and she says, if the rest of you don't mind, we're going to... Magda's offered to keep an eye on me just to make sure no one's alone.
Protection duty.
I feel like with
But
the
you
passive
guys don't need
insight
to
of
use
11,
protection.
I understand what's
You
happening.
still
Oh,
need to
you
use
totally do.
protection.
You totally do.
You can still get STDs.
It is so thinly veiled. Like,
Yeah.
Gwen's not necessarily trying to hide it, but she's just like, she's saying the thing, and she's like, she actually starts to get a little nervous as she says, I live in Old Mana, so you all know where she is. On the edge of the woods, a ways across from the temple, if you need to find us. But
I just give Magda a thumbs up.
Noah has no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, protection. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And Lorcan's just like, yes. Just to himself, just fuck yeah.
If you need me, I'm always a message from Alistair away. So
Nope, we won't. Nope, we won't.
Yeah, Jasper like leans on the side of the boat. He's like, Magda, stop talking and go.
Okay, why do you get? Never mind. All right.
Yeah. Gwen puts an arm around you and just pulls you away from the dock.
I wonder if they have any donuts at their house.
Jesus.
That's all Noah's would think about is donuts.
You guys head back across Gungnir Lake to Turnvik Island and to your respective cabins for the night. Buddy systems, everybody. Lorcan's gonna bunk up with Noah. Just stay in the same cabin so nobody's on their own.
Okay.
While Magda enjoys a lovely moonlit walk across the small city to Gwen Heron's daughter's house.
Is Alistair still up at all?
Can you still
any
be up
lights
if
on?
you never sleep?
That's fair.
Is the sun rising right now?
No, it's
the
probably
sun
4 in the morning at this point.
Gotcha.
Magda won't be sleeping till the sun comes up, but yeah.
If even then.
Yeah.
Foostrak will stop into the tower before he and Jasper head to the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Not to fill Alistair in on like all of the people that they met, but on the information that they found out about Tristan. And that there could be a rather powerful problem coming into Manaz.
Okay. Do you ask him to do anything with that information, like send it to anybody or anything like that? Or do you let him do with it as he wills?
I think I would trust him to do with it what he thinks is best.
Mm-hmm.
Like, based on the information that we got, I just think that it's best for people to know exactly what this guy actually is, and how monstrous he actually is. Because, I mean, you know, if it's the information of Oberon possibly not being able to take him out on his own that is the most concerning. Like, we're talking about somebody who is essentially almost as close to a god as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wouldn't be able to touch him, even a group of Master Arcanists would probably not be able to do it in Foostrak's mind.
Mm.
Or at least they would struggle significantly. So,
yeah.
And would probably fill him in a little bit on Walter.
Okay. You do find Alistair awake, and you get a chance to tell him all that for the sake of brevity. The only thing I will add, stop messaging. The only thing I know we're going over
the
by
cake
a lot.
looks good though.
But
I have to get up early and edit this
I'm
and then
very
post it.
care. This is D&D, motherfucker. Alistair, he doesn't really say much as you tell him this. He takes it in stride, and about the only thing you know from him is, I have some people to discuss this with, and he lets you be for the night. The last thing, I promise it's quick. The last thing is that Noah, as you're
I knew
as you're getting into bed and getting all chill and just snuggling down in your billion pillows, because that's what I imagine when I think of Noah.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You hear a little, like, just this little pop in your head, and you hear a voice say,
Have an aneurysm and die.
you hear a familiar voice say, "You guys just bring me the best problems, don't you? I'll see you guys tomorrow."
Oh,
And that's it.
kids
That's
got
where we're going to end for tonight.
Have a good night. Oh, good night.
Bye.
I should-
Leave the Zoom.
It was clearly Kit's voice.
Yeah.
And correction, he says, "We will see you tomorrow."
Oh, is Kenna coming? Oh no!
Kenna,
but yeah,
the entire Obsidian Collective
Yeah.
just goes
pops
Yeah.
up at the door of the tower like, "What the fuck is
What
that?"
up, bitches?
Yeah.
Yeah, brunch.
Yeah, we'll end there for tonight. We
But-
went an hour
wait,
over, but
I
yeah.
Don't you fucking dare.
I wanted to relive all of my worst memories from college and at 3 a.m. try to like help a emotionally disturbed girl go to sleep, even though she obviously shouldn't right now and should be dealing with all of her trauma instead.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Billy Mays here.
Can we not?
It's a little too real.
We can't role play that. No.
I mean,
No.
we can do that next session.
No!
You guys can roleplay that after we sign off.
Yeah, right.
I am so game for that, but you know,
Have a good time.
we're
cat.
done. We're done for tonight. Thanks for sticking with us for an extra hour. And thank you all for indulging me in an extra hour of emotional torment. I just want Magda and Gwyn together. That's all I want.
It's gonna be a bit of a struggle to do relationship stuff.
Fucking.
Fucking is a different story, but
That's true.
So, all right, we're actually going to close out here. So, you can find the Atlaran Adventuring Company on Twitter at Atlaran ADVCo. You can find us here on Twitch. You can find the VODs and podcasts on YouTube, Spotify, and a bunch of other places. There are links in our link tree, which should be on the screen, including below in the actual Twitch and YouTube links. We are currently working on a novel from the first campaign, the Sleeper campaign. We crossed, I believe we're about to cross 20,000 words.
We'll cross 20K tomorrow.
Yeah, which puts us right on schedule. And we'll have more information about that as we get closer to actually finishing it, because it's going to be more than 50,000 words. But yeah, let's go to Ash.
hello. My name is Astrid Knight. You can find all my shit at Astrid K. Wright, Astrid K. Wrights on Twitter, and basically everybody everywhere else. Fuck! This is what I was like writing last night. At Astrid K. Wrights, basically everywhere, or my website, astrodnight.com. I'm writing a book. It's about D&D. It's called Perception Check. It's pretty cool. You should check it out. I'm going to announce the release date in a couple weeks. So, yeah, go.
And you're going to show the cover art.
Yeah.
Blake.
Hi, I'm Blake R. Wolfe. You can find me at blakerwolfe.com, BlakeRwolfe. I write fantasy books. They're a little bit fantasy, a little bit Lord of the Rings, a little bit Narnia, a little bit
column A, a little bit column B.
a little bit of Monica in my life. So
A
we're
little bit country, a little bit rock and roll.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've got a complete series out called The Crystalline Chronicles, and I'm, as mentioned, already working on the Atlaran book, and also working on a book one for the next series that's coming out. And then once those are all done, I've got a standalone that's going to come out as well. So, yeah, that's what I do. Write stuff. Go check it out.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm Zack.
You look at the camera every time.
And you paused really long.
Yeah,
Hi.
Oh.
If it helps, it's because I literally forgot my own name.
Yeah, it's late. It's almost 2 a.m.
I'm 35. This is real late for me.
Excuse me, it's almost 4 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so late for us.
Yeah, I'm 35. It's real late for me.
Yeah.
You can find me on Twitter at Zachary G. Author. I write horror stories, and I am currently working on my first collection that will be released in a little less than 1 year. I've caught whatever Astrid has, apparently, because I can't fucking talk.
Can we?
The 30s tired.
Can we get another take of that? Actually, that was
No,
Absolutely not.
we're doing it
A little yes than a leer.
live. Yeah.
Oh, hey,
All right.
guys.
Hello, everyone.
It's me.
It's
I'm
Stream
also
Master.
Zack. Hashtag Stream Master. Hashtag what a great stream, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows what happened by the end of this through Twitch.
That's a really long hashtag.
Anyway.
Hashtag I don't even know what
end
even
hashtag
good
right there.
going on.
Regular
Hashtag
human.
blessed.
I also have a Twitter. It's up on the screen right now. Also, we might have a new stream during the week coming up.
We will see about that.
We'll see about
I'm
it.
thinking we'll
No.
push that till after the holidays.
That's my thought as well.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I
Ben.
want to kill myself
What?
during the week.
Stay alive.
Ah,
Anything else on your end, Koop? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
Taiylor,
You
go.
you freeze so still that it's just like, is he okay?
It's uncanny, isn't it?
is he alive?
Hello, everybody. I am your dungeon master,
Clockwork
Taiylor
frozen.
Wallace. You can find me on Twitter at TA
Hi, why?
Why?
Beef.
TAIYLORWALLACE. Make sure you misspell Taylor or you will never find me. Also, glad that my thing is just a joke.
You're the DM. Everything you do will always be a joke.
I saw Ben's face. He just looked like he wanted to die.
He does.
The secret is he does.
He always does.
The secret is I'm already dead.
Anyway, you can, since it is National Novel Writing Month, you can also find me on sonderediting.com and at sonder_editing. God damn it, you guys. In case you are a writer or you're working on a nano novel, god damn it, just laugh silently.
Oh no. You can't do this to me. Oh no.
Oh God, I'm crying.
Do you want me to just cut the stream? Should we just end?
No, we're gonna stay.
Solder editing's pretty great. Go check it out and check out our Redbubble.
Sonderediting.com or at Sonder_editing on Twitter. Message me for rates and shit. I don't cost as much as other editors because, you know, I don't care for firstborn children. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I think that is pretty much everything. We will see you guys next Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time sharp. Thanks for sticking with us for a pre-recorded stream. We appreciate it. And all the emotional torment. But at least we got some combat this episode.
My tummy hurts now.
Cut the fucking stream.